Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Thank you all for being here. The Congressional oversight and investigative work does not need to be an adversarial activity. We expect, require, and need cooperation. For this to happen, it takes effort, communication, and good faith. Mr. Cummings and I have worked together quite well. We've taken each other's views and ideas into consideration. We don't always agree, but we try as best we can to not be disagreeable. Our cooperative approach to oversight has yielded results. The committee has come a long way in a year. Last month, we adopted a 195-plus page joint investigative report on the Secret Service, and together we have written roughly 200 joint letters asking for documents, information, and testimony. Generally, when we send a letter, it's not a thank you note or a Christmas card. Generally, a letter from the Oversight Committee is a little bit more, a little tougher than that. The fact that we've done more than 200 of these joint letters, I think, speaks a lot to the approach that we're trying to take. But we also need cooperation from the agencies themselves. It might be helpful at this point to clarify our expectations so witnesses understand what we mean by cooperation. You know, we're different in the United States of America. We are open and transparent. We are self-critical. That's why back in 1816 or so, the Congress actually formed this committee. It was under a different name, and it has grown and expanded and contracted and gone through a variety of different names along the way. But the function of oversight has been here since the foundation of our nation. And a long, long time ago, people felt it wise to look at every expenditure made by the Federal Government. So when the committee sends a request, we expect an honest effort to identify and collect the records that are responsive. We expect communication. We expect to be kept informed and to be straight with us. And we'll expect that you'll work with us in a good faith, which basically means when you make a commitment, do what you say you're going to do. Republicans and Democrats share the goal of a more efficient and effective government that serves the people. We have to ensure that every tax dollar is spent responsibly. And we do that by conducting oversight of the executive branch and examining government programs and policies that affect every American. Mr. Cummings and I and our predecessors here at the committee didn't invent the concept of this oversight of the executive branch. It comes from the Constitution. It comes to the right of accessing, and it comes from the need to be responsive as we represent the people of the United States of America. Today we're going to hear from a group of senior legislative liaisons from 5 different agencies, all of which have particularly troublesome track records when it comes to cooperating with the committee's requests for information. I'm somewhat sympathetic to the idea that they get bombarded, not just by us, but from so many different committees, not only in the House, but in the Senate as well. It is a large task, particularly with agencies that you represent that are so massive and so big, spending literally billions upon billions of dollars of taxpayer dollars. The Department of Homeland Security has been invited to discuss our requests related to the Secret Service and the TSA. TSA has consistently failed to meet our production requests and has ignored basic fundamental requests such as appearing at hearings. On April 17th of last year, we invited the administrator to testify at a hearing scheduled for a month later. The day before the hearing, the administrator backed out and cited a scheduling problem. Yet we had a month's notice. We invited the Justice Department to address position on withholding the memos that guide its investigative personnel when dealing with GPS tracking devices. We also hope to get an update on our requests about the complete Lois Lerner files. An official with the State Department is here to address persistent troubles we've had in securing documents for our embassy construction investigation that will be entering its 3rd year. When State doesn't produce materials, it almost always in a half-hearted way with a smattering of documents for 1 or 2 discrete requests, and usually none for most, and that's very problematic. There's a story out today about providing inaccurate information as it relates to Hillary Clinton and her emails. We're going to ask you some questions about that. The Office of Management and Budget is here to address its response to a subpoena I sent for materials from its OIRA component, the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, related to the Waters of the United States rulemaking. OIRA is an office created by Congress, and its job is to review, draft, and propose regulations. to create the appearance that it has cooperated with the committee, OMB reflectively offered the number of pages of documents it has produced. To my fellow members, here's a flashing signal that maybe there's a problem. When they want to talk about the number of documents they produced, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the percentage of documents that you produced. It's a little trick to say, oh, we've provided 100,000 of this or 50,000 of that. Tell me what percentage of the documents we get. Because if we want 100% of the truth, we're going to need 100% of the documents. And until we get them, it makes us think that you're hiding something. The Office of Personnel Management has been invited to discuss its effort to produce materials responsive to the data breach investigation. OPM has unduly burdened the committee investigators by applying unnecessary and unexplainable redactions. Basic publicly available information has been repeatedly redacted by OPM. In some cases, our investigators have found answers more readily by reviewing the FedBizOps website. The extraordinary lengths OPM has gone to keep basic information for the committee leaves us with the conclusion that perhaps they're having a lot to hide. If something's embarrassing, that's not a reason to keep it from the Congress. A successful working relationship between the Congressional Committee and the executive branch agencies require effort, communication, and good faith on both sides. We need transparency. We need to work together. You have a lot of good staff and a lot of good people. We're not here to disparage any one person's reputation, but we are here to get answers. And we need to make sure that we get those documents so that we can do our job serving the American people, and we need your help in doing so. With that, I'd now like to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the authority of this committee to obtain necessary documents as part of our investigations. Documents are a critical tool to investigate waste, fraud, or abuse, eliminate unnecessary duplication, improve the effectiveness and efficiency of government, and determine whether Congress needs to change our laws to improve the lives of the American people. Of course, we rely on other sources of information, such as hearing testimony, witness interviews, and informal briefings and meetings. But documents are unique. They give us the ability to understand what happened on the ground over a certain period of time without having to rely on hazy memories or the self-serving recollections of those being investigated. I support the committee's authority because I have been in the chairman's seat. I know firsthand how oversight can be stifled by slow-walking documents or withholding information to which Congress is entitled. I remember very well the fights we had with the Bush administration over their refusal to provide documents we needed. And I remember how those actions impaired our ability to do our work. So I support the chairman in his efforts. Unfortunately, I have also seen how investigations can be used as a form of political attack rather than a search for the facts and a search for the truth. I've seen how massive, repeated, and overbroad document requests have been used as a partisan weapon. I've seen how they can grind down agencies, force them to divert personnel, and waste millions of taxpayer dollars in the process. For today's hearing, I believe it is important to recognize the difference between these two purposes. We need to recognize not only the significant demands that have been placed on these agencies, but also what they have provided to date, which is substantial. For example, the State Department has just experienced one of, if not the most, demanding years in its history in terms of congressional inquiries. The State Department is currently reporting to 9 different committees, including the Benghazi Select Committee. And it has been inundated with requests unlike any previous year on record. In 2015, the Oversight Committee alone launched 9 investigations relating to the State Department. In response, the Department provided more than 21 gigabytes of information. Just as part of our investigation of embassy construction, the State Department produced more than 160,000 pages of documents. Of course, the committee wants additional documents. In fact, I've signed on to some of those document requests myself. But it is inaccurate to suggest that the State Department has intentionally withheld the documents we need. With that said, the State Department is notorious for its extremely poor records management systems, and this problem dates back several administrations. As I said earlier, I've been incredibly frustrated in the past with the State Department's inability to run the most basic document searches and produce documents in a timely manner. In my opinion, the solution to this problem is not to shame the heads of the legislative affairs offices. Many of these officials worked in Congress previously. They fully understand our needs and our rights to the information, and they are among some of our most effective advocates within the agencies. Instead, if we really want to address this problem, we can take two key steps. First, Congress can conduct sustained and detailed reviews of agency information management processes, including document preservation, collection, and production. We can support long-term efforts to upgrade and improve their systems so they take less agency time to implement and provide Congress what it needs more quickly. I'm talking about efficiency and effectiveness. This work would pay dividends to Congress, the press, and the American public. The second thing Congress can do is to take a closer look at itself, put a mirror up to our faces. We can end the politically motivated requests designed to generate headlines rather than improve effectiveness and efficiency. We can eliminate duplicate requests from multiple committees and streamline our oversight efforts. We can ask for only what we really need rather than everything under the sun. And we can work with agencies to understand the legitimate interests in protecting certain classes of information while pursuing accommodations that give us what we need to do our jobs. That is the balance that we should seek. That is the balance that we should work towards. And so, in closing, Mr. Chairman, I hope we can explore some of these issues here today. And I look forward to the testimony of our witnesses. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'll hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who would like to submit a written statement. We'll now recognize our panel of witnesses. We're pleased to welcome the Honorable Julia Freifeld, Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Legislative Affairs at the United States Department of State, the Honorable Peter Kadzik, Assistant Attorney General for Legislative Affairs at the Department of Justice, the Honorable Tia Johnson, Assistant Secretary of the Office of Legislative Affairs at the United States Department of Homeland Security, Ms. Tamara Fusil, did I pronounce that right? Close enough. Associate Director for Legislative Affairs at the Office of Management and Budget, and Mr. Jason Levine, Director of Office of Congressional Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs at the United States Office of Personnel Management. Welcome you all, and thank you for being here. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. If you will please rise and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated, and let the record reflect that all of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You know the drill here. We're trying to keep you to 5 minutes. We'll give you a little bit of latitude, but please try to keep your comments to 5 minutes if you can, and then we'll obviously support or insert your entire written record, your written statement into the record. We'll now recognize Ms. Freifeld for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, I appreciate this opportunity to testify on the State Department's response to congressional requests for documents. The State Department is committed to working with Congress on congressional investigations. Secretary Kerry spent nearly 30 years in Congress. He believes strongly in the importance of congressional oversight and led investigations when he was in the Senate. Since he arrived at the State Department, his clear instruction has been for the entire department to be responsive to congressional investigations and requests. I share his commitment. Before joining the department, I spent my entire career as a Capitol Hill staffer. I have great respect for the congressional role in conducting oversight. Today's hearing focuses on requests for documents, which I will address at length. However, it's also important to underscore our commitment to working with Congress is not limited to requests for documents. In 2015, the State Department's Legislative Affairs Office provided over 2,500 briefings for the Hill on foreign policy issues. We worked with Consular Affairs to respond to over 5,000 constituent cases for members of Congress, everything from lost passports to missing constituents overseas to helping with visas for constituents' family members. We arranged over 500 congressional member and staff delegation trips abroad, and we've appeared at 168 congressional hearings. We've also responded to 1,700 congressional letters. With crises occurring around the world and Congress intently focused on foreign policy, we're working hard to meet all of our responsibilities, and we recognize that cooperating with congressional investigations is one of them. Yet, frankly, we at the State Department have struggled to keep pace with the increasing demands of congressional document requests, which have expanded in number, scope, and complexity. We're now responding to dozens of investigations by 9 different committees involving hundreds of specific requests for hundreds of thousands of pages of documents. This is approximately twice as many as we had last year. While some of these investigations are relatively focused, others are broad and complex, involving many different bureaus within the department as well as other agencies. But let me be clear. We know it is our responsibility to answer these requests, and we are working to improve both the way we respond to make it more useful for Congress and the pace of our response. Historically, when responding to congressional requests, we've followed a process similar to responding to FOIA requests, relying primarily on the same department infrastructure and technology. As both FOIA and congressional requests increased, we found that both types of requests were competing for the same resources. To compensate, at times we've pulled together ad hoc teams from functional and regional bureaus to respond to congressional requests, i.e. pulling people from the work of diplomacy to respond to Congress. Clearly, this system was not sustainable. We realized we needed to institutionalize the way we process documents to speed up the pace of delivery. We knew we had to upgrade our technology. This past year, we've been transforming the way we respond to congressional requests. I worked with my colleagues at State to create a congressional document production branch, which involved additional personnel and acquiring new software to facilitate document reviews and productions. We're grateful that Congress enabled us to shift funding to establish this new entity to provide additional personnel and new technology. As a result, we've been able to process more quickly requests from this committee, from the Select Committee on Benghazi, and from multiple other committees. While not every committee may be completely satisfied, I can state with confidence that our new unit is enabling us to respond to more committees simultaneously than ever before. Because the Congressional Document Production Branch is only a few months old, its impact may not be fully apparent yet. Going forward, this committee should see the results of these enhanced resources as we work on your requests. Additionally, we've made tangible improvements to the way we produce documents to Congress. We heard from congressional staff, including yours, who had concerns that we've been providing documents in a way that was not as user-friendly as they'd like. We used to provide documents to Congress on paper without coding that enabled you to find and organize them. We would literally hand over boxes of documents. After meeting with your staff and the staff of other committees who told us how hard it was to use documents in this format, we completely changed the way we give you documents. We now provide these documents electronically with easily searchable Bates numbers. We can also now provide documents organized by date or custodian, and the ability to review email documents is vastly expanded. The Department's move to electronic document processing has dramatically improved our ability to review and provide documents quickly and in volume, and it makes it easier for you to review them. With respect to this committee, I'd like to summarize where we are and where we hope to go in the future. Currently, we're working on 9 investigations for your committee. To date, we've provided over 160,000 pages to the committee for its investigation for embassy construction and have participated in 4 hearings in 2015 and many meetings and briefings. Though I do note, I did hear what the chairman said about using numbers, and I understand what he is coming from on there. We've been collecting documents for the 5 requests that you outlined in your December 18th letter, and we're committed to producing thousands of pages of documents to your committee, along with providing requested briefings on the matters described in the letter. In closing, while we've implemented significant improvements to respond to congressional investigations, we are striving to do better. The obstacle to responding is not one of our commitment. Fundamentally, it's a question of balancing resources in response to multiple large-scale congressional requests from a number of different committees. We're trying to find innovative ways to respond better and faster. I look forward to working with you and your staff to ensure that the State Department and the Congress work together to provide the transparency that should be the hallmark of our government.
Thank you. Mr. Kadzik, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and distinguished members of the committee.
Peter, if you could.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss our continuing efforts to respond to the committee's information requests, including those requests specifically relating to the Department's policies on geolocation and other surveillance technology in the wake of the Supreme Court's 2012 decision in United States v. Jones. I want to begin by assuring the committee that we value the important role of congressional oversight, and as the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have stated repeatedly, the Department is committed to accommodating the committee's information needs consistent with our law enforcement, national security, and prosecutorial responsibilities. The Department appreciates that oversight is a critical underpinning of the legislative process. Consistent with the value we place on congressional oversight, since the beginning of the 114th Congress, the Department has testified in close to 60 congressional hearings and provided extensive information in more than 1,800 letters responding to inquiries from committees and members. In every instance, we strive to provide Congress with as much information as possible without compromising our law enforcement and national security efforts or our prosecutorial responsibilities. In addition to these law enforcement and national security sensitivities, the Department also has an obligation to protect certain executive branch institutional interests, including the confidentiality of attorney-client communications, attorney work product, and internal deliberations. We are nonetheless committed to working in good faith to accommodate the committee's legitimate oversight interests, and we hope that the committee will likewise continue to engage in good faith with the Department in a manner that recognizes the important law enforcement and confidentiality interests presented in some cases. In particular, we trust the committee recognizes the paramount importance of ensuring the Department's investigative and prosecutorial decisions are made without regard to political considerations or even the perception of political influence or pressure. Such political influence, and indeed the mere public perception of such influence, could undermine significantly our law enforcement efforts and, in criminal matters, shake public and judicial confidence in the integrity and independence of the criminal justice process. We recognize that it is difficult when the interests and prerogatives of the legislative and executive branches come into potential conflict. That is why the Constitution envisions that the branches will engage in a process of accommodation to avoid such conflicts. This long-standing and well-accepted approach has been employed by administrations of both parties for decades and has been supported by top Department officials, both Democrats and Republicans alike. Consistent with this approach, the Department has made efforts and will continue to make efforts to respond to the committee's information requests regarding our policies on geolocation and other surveillance technology. As the committee is aware, these specific information requests implicate significant confidentiality interests, as the particular memoranda you have requested include sensitive, law enforcement-related, confidential work product prepared in anticipation of litigation. Specifically, these memoranda include internal deliberations of Department prosecutors about the legal, investigative, and strategic issues we face in our law enforcement efforts in light of the Jones decision. Our disclosure of this internal work product would chill the candid assessments and analyses that are essential to sound decision-making in law enforcement matters and prosecutions. In addition, disclosure could jeopardize ongoing and future investigations and prosecutions by prematurely revealing the government's investigative and litigation strategies. Such disclosure would afford criminal targets an opportunity to preempt those tools, evade law enforcement detection, and obtain knowledge of how our agents operate, undermining our Federal law enforcement efforts in a wide variety of cases. We know that the committee understands and appreciates these very real risks. The Department has already undertaken efforts to work in good faith to accommodate the Committee's interests in this matter. We were pleased to brief Committee staff last September on the forms of legal process the Department uses for obtaining geolocation information. We hope that our briefing on these matters was helpful to the Committee, and as we have offered previously, we would be happy to provide additional briefings and answer any remaining questions in our ongoing effort to accommodate the Committee's information requests. In conclusion, I emphasize again that the Department recognizes the importance of congressional oversight. At the same time, congressional oversight that implicates ongoing law enforcement efforts and investigative techniques, sensitive attorney work product, and internal deliberations presents unique confidentiality challenges and concerns. Despite these challenges, we remain optimistic that by working together cooperatively, we will be able to satisfy the Committee's oversight interests in this matter while also safeguarding the independence, integrity, and effectiveness of the Department's vital law enforcement efforts and prosecutorial responsibilities. The Department stands ready to continue this effort and to accommodate your information needs, and we hope that you will work with us towards that goal. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, we look forward to hearing your testimony. As you know, committee rules require that you submit your testimony 24 hours prior. That was highlighted in the invitation. And perhaps as you give your opening statement, you can explain to this committee why you failed to provide this committee with your testimony prior to you giving it right now.
Thank
You're
you.
now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Cummings, distinguished members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the considerable efforts, time, resources, and money that DHS devotes to complying with oversight requests by Congress. During his confirmation hearing, Secretary Johnson pledged transparency and candor with Congress and committed to respond to congressional inquiries in a timely fashion. Since his arrival in December 2013, the Department's responsiveness to oversight requests has greatly improved. Indeed, last year, the Department examined its responses to congressional inquiries and found that it had cut its response time in half. We therefore appreciated Chairman Chaffetz's statement when he recognized that the production and response to Congress had become much better, and thanked the Secretary for that. We are determined to continue to improve on that record. Prior to coming to DHS, I served as an officer in the U.S. Army for almost 30 years. As a senior colonel, I was assigned to the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Legislative Affairs. At that time, we were still involved in combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. These two operations, as well as the detainee mission, generated a significant amount of congressional oversight. I was involved in that oversight process, which at the time I thought was considerable. However, upon my arrival at DHS, I was surprised to learn of the depth, breadth, and quantity of congressional oversight that this department faces. In 2004, the 9/11 Commission strongly recommended that Congress reform the congressional oversight structure of DHS. As one expert witness told the Commission, the number of congressional bodies that exercise oversight over DHS is perhaps the single largest obstacle impeding the department's successful development. With jurisdiction over both oversight and government reform, your committee is uniquely positioned to help foster efforts to implement this crucial 9/11 Commission recommendation. In the 12 years since the Commission issued that recommendation, the oversight structure of the Department has grown only more complex and extensive. At last count, the Department answered to 92 congressional committees and subcommittees, 27 other caucuses, commissions, and groups. As the 9/11 Commission Chairman, former Governor Tom Kean, has said, think of having 100 bosses. Think of reporting to 100 people. It makes no sense. You cannot do your job under those circumstances. But despite these challenges, we are doing our job. During calendar year 2015, DHS received approximately 700 oversight letters and countless more oversight requests. Of those, 70 letters came from members of this committee. We have responded to oversight inquiries on a broad array of topics, ranging from the Secret Service's protective mission to DHS's assistance to victims of the cyber breaches. By our estimate, in 2015, DHS devoted more than 100,000 hours to responding to congressional oversight. Today's hearing is to address the Department's response to oversight requests and demands regarding the United States Secret Service. During calendar year 2015, DHS and the Secret Service received 12 letters, over 100 requests for information, testimony or documents, and 1 subpoena from this committee. By our count, we have completed addressing over 90 of those requests. Secret Service has provided 13 briefings to committee staff. 8 employees of the Secret Service participated in day-long transcribed interviews conducted by the committee staff. And Secret Service leadership has testified at 2 committee hearings. And at the chairman's request, we facilitated a visit to the Secret Service headquarters for members of the committee. In total, the department has produced over 10,000 pages of documents in response to the committee's request, in addition to thousands of pages of classified documents. These efforts have supplemented our hard work to respond to inquiries about the operation of Secret Service from the Independent Protective Mission Panel, various investigations by the Office of Inspector General, and the oversight inquiries of 10 other congressional committees and subcommittees. Secretary Johnson has made responsiveness to Congress a priority. As his Assistant Secretary for Legislative Affairs, I am determined to continue to improve on our past record of oversight response. And Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, I apologize that our statement was not forwarded. That was an oversight. But I would be pleased to answer any questions from you and the members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fusil, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. The Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, is committed to working with Congress and with this committee. OMB believes strongly in the importance of congressional oversight and the value that Congress provides in ensuring that OMB and the administration are working in the most effective and efficient way possible on behalf of the American people. OMB regularly receives requests for information, briefings, documents, and we strive to provide transparent responses to these congressional inquiries in a timely manner. In addition to producing documents to Congress and to the committee, OMB works with congressional offices every day to provide information and analysis and to help respond to contingencies and unforeseen circumstances. Given OMB's broad jurisdiction, we coordinate and respond to requests from over a dozen House and Senate full committees, despite being a small agency of only approximately 550 employees. In addition, given OMB's extensive role in working with Congress to reach agreement on the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2015, enacted in November, and on the Consolidated Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2016, enacted just a few weeks ago, we received and responded to nearly 1,650 budget requests from members of Congress over this last year, with more than 600 of those requests coming in the last few months. OMB's mission is to execute the President's budget, management, regulatory, and legislative agenda and ensure that the federal government works at its best on behalf of those it serves. OMB works with and across federal agencies to improve management and create a government that is more effective, efficient, and supports continued economic growth. OMB's Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, or OIRA, is responsible for coordination and review of all significant federal regulations by executive agencies. OIRA ensures that regulations are based on sound analysis and serve the purpose of the statutes that authorize them and the interests of the public. OIRA also seeks to ensure, to the extent permitted by law, that the benefits of the rule justify its costs. OIRA works under long-established principles that have been implemented across several administrations of both parties. The committee has asked me to testify today about documents requests relating to the review of the proposed Clean Water Rule, which was conducted by OIRA between September 17, 2013 and March 24, 2014. Since this committee's initial request and subsequent subpoena, OMB has acted in good faith to address the committee's interest in the rule and to accommodate the committee's requests. In response to this committee, we have provided 5 sets of responsive documents for the period in which the proposed Clean Water Rule was under review at OIRA. We have made these productions to the committee without any redactions, with the exception of email addresses and personal phone numbers. OMB continues to review records that are potentially responsive to the committee's requests, and OMB remains committed to working with your staff to discuss how we can best produce materials of greatest interest to the committee. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Levine, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Levine, Mr. Chairman. Levine. That's okay. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, I'm pleased to be here this morning to testify on behalf of the Office of Personnel Management and Acting Director Cobert regarding the committee's request for information and documents related to the cybersecurity incidents at OPM. Over the course of the past year, in the face of extraordinary circumstances, OPM has worked to address the cybersecurity incidents, to provide information and services to those impacted, and to respond to numerous congressional inquiries regarding the incidents through hearings, classified and unclassified briefings, document productions, letters, and town halls. During this time, OPM employees have worked hard to improve upon the services that OPM provides every day to the entire Federal workforce, from resume to retirement. Since I arrived in August, I can tell you that it has been my distinct privilege every day to serve with these individuals. OPM is a small agency with an important mission: to recruit, retain, and honor a world-class workforce to serve the American people. To preserve and build upon that mission, OPM's leadership has made its highest priority responding to the recent cybersecurity incidents and bolstering OPM's IT infrastructure and security capabilities. OPM is committed to working with Congress, as well as our interagency partners, including DHS, DOD, and the FBI, among others, to continue to strengthen our cybersecurity posture in order to protect the Federal Government and the people we serve. It is critical to OPM that all of our stakeholders, particularly those directly impacted by these incidents, receive information in a timely, transparent, and accurate manner. OPM undertook 2 separate notification processes regarding the comprehensive identity theft protection and monitoring services that are being provided. OPM is conducting outreach about these services on our website and by communicating directly with stakeholders. Further, to provide Congress with necessary information, my office has provided multiple sets of fact sheets and FAQs regarding the cybersecurity incidents and related services. OPM established a phone hotline exclusively for congressional offices to contact us with questions on behalf of your constituents. OPM has also attended town halls and conducted phone briefings with members and congressional staffers on the issue. Simultaneously, OPM has made every effort to work in good faith to respond to multiple congressional oversight requests, including document productions. Since June 2015, OPM has received and provided responses to every question in 6 separate document production requests, resulting in 19 separate document productions, including tens of thousands of documents and internal reports, testified at 4 public congressional hearings, made hundreds of calls to members and congressional staffers relating to the cybersecurity incidents, received over 170 letters from members of Congress relating to the cybersecurity incidents, made senior officials available for interviews, conducted 13 classified and unclassified briefings, and expended thousands of staff hours in an effort to be responsive. OPM has worked as quickly as its infrastructure and resources allow. To be responsive to congressional requests, OPM has taken numerous steps to increase its previously limited capacity to respond to congressional inquiries of a large volume and sensitive nature. This includes hiring additional staff, bringing on detailees from other agencies, and obtaining document management tools that allowed the agency to respond more promptly and efficiently to Congress. As capacity was increased, OPM worked with committee staff to prioritize the requests and provide responses on a rolling basis in order to accommodate the committee's schedule and oversight interests. As a result of the extreme and ongoing sensitivities of information related to OPM's IT networks, servers, and systems, redactions of sensitive system information were made so as not to provide a roadmap of vulnerabilities for potential adversaries and malicious actors. These redactions are consistent with those employed by other Federal agencies and were based on security recommendations from OPM IT security professionals and in consultation with interagency cyber experts. Additional redactions were also made for reasons of longstanding executive branch confidentiality interests. In the interest of accommodating the committee's oversight interests, a significant number of sensitive documents were also made available for in-camera review in unredacted form in OPM's liaison office here in the Rayburn House Office Building in order to provide ease of access for committee members and staff. OPM looks forward to continuing to work with the committee and to respond to its requests for information in as a complete and timely manner as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I want to follow up directly on that point that you just talked about. When we had our hearing about the data breach, Donna Seymour, the Chief Information Officer, when we asked about the stolen materials, this is what she said, quote, "Some were outdated security documents about our systems and some manuals about our system," end quote. She went on to testify that the adversaries, quote, "did not get specific configuration diagrams of our entire environment," end quote, adding that, quote, "our commercially available documents about platforms." Homeland Security went on to testify, quote, "did not include proprietary information or specific information around the architecture of the OPM environment," end quote. So we're mystified as to what's true. Is it as Ms. Seymour testified? Or is it what you're telling us now, that they did get very sensitive documents? We're not able to have these documents. They were stolen. We know the adversaries have them, but you won't allow Congress to look at them and have them in our possession. You're offering an in-camera review, still with redactions. Why do we have to negotiate this with you? Why aren't you sharing this information with us?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. So there were, as I recall, 5 separate requests from the committee on the specific topic to which you're referring. All of the documents that Ms. Seymour was testifying about were produced as part of our production. I don't have the exact date, but the response, I believe that was to the August 18th, but it might have been the July 24th letter. All of the information, all of the documents that were exfiltrated during that incident have been produced. You are right, they were produced originally in camera because of the categories of information that I described previously, system-sensitive information, such as—
But she testified that they were outdated documents, they did not give specific configuration diagrams, they were commercially available.
Sure. So to be—
Is that true or not true?
To be clear, Mr. Chairman, when we looked at all of the separate requests that have been made, which include information both about that incident and other incidents, our IT professionals recommended that we treat all of the following categories of information the same way. Things such as IP addresses, system-sensitive architecture, system capabilities and tools as things to be treated carefully. We treat them carefully inside OPM.
But she testified that this was all commercially available and outdated information. So she's leading Congress to believe, no problem here. I know they came in, I know they breached the system, I know they stole this, but it's all commercially available, outdated information. Is she accurate or not accurate?
Well, again, Mr. Chairman, what we've tried to do is make available to you and your staff
You have
all
not
of that
given it.
information.
Why aren't you giving us this information? Same stuff that was already hacked. We know that the adversary has it, but you won't let us see it.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, you do have it. You have all of
Do we
that
have it all unredacted? We do not.
You have all of the IT information unredacted. The only thing that remains redacted with respect to that production is a list of what we would consider unresponsive names. It is just a list of every username on the system with the last 4 of their socials. But we are happy to, that said, we're happy to make that information, continue to make that information available. If your staff lets us know, we're happy to come back and work with you on that set of responses.
So let me pull this out. We go in camera to look at it. This is what it looks like.
That's the list that I'm referring to. That is simply a
Why
list.
are you redacting? I mean, we can go page after page after page here.
Sure.
Why are all these redactions?
Sure.
I don't know what's under this.
And that's fair. What we have explained to your staff is what that is simply a list of every username on the system.
We're just supposed to say, okay, you're fine. We're just—
And we're happy. We have a shared goal.
Don't tell us you're happy to do it, because as member of Congress with very high security clearances, you won't let us look at these materials.
To be fair, Mr. Chairman, we thought that was non-responsive. It wasn't a matter of not being secure. It was non-responsive.
What do you mean non-responsive? What does that mean?
In terms
We're
of—
asking to see this information, and this is what you give us in camera. You won't even give this. You know, then we finally have to negotiate with you over months to get to this point where I can even hold it up.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go back and we'll work with you. I think what we have tried
Here's
to do—
the concern. Ms. Seymour came and testified to us and told us essentially there wasn't a problem because it's outdated, publicly available information. And you won't even, in camera, you still redact it. So don't tell me that you're responsive and that you're happy. We're not happy.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. That information is certainly not publicly available. Those are the usernames on the system. That's the last 4 Social Security numbers.
And that's what the adversaries got. That's what we're concerned about,
Sure.
right?
I'm not going to comment on what you're.
Yeah, because the answer is yes, and that's what we need is candor. The answer is yes. But that's totally, dramatically, and completely different than what Ms. Seymour testified. She tried to get us to go away by telling us it's all publicly available and it's outdated anyway. That was a lie. She misled Congress. She's going to pay that price. Now recognize Ms. Norton for 5 minutes.
Just to clarify, are the names of these employees publicly available?
Well, as to the extent that they are Federal employees, I suppose that all of Federal employees in one form or another names are available, but it would not necessarily be
The ones whose matters were breached are the ones I'm talking about. You know, I can go on and find out if I'm I don't know, if I'm a creditor or
Sure.
Can I find your name?
Sure. So to be clear, we're actually talking about 2 separate, unfortunately, 2 separate incidents. The incident the Chairman's referring to was of the systems internally. The system I believe you're referring to would be the later personnel records and background investigation breaches. That information is not publicly available. What I think we were referring to is that, yes, every current Federal employee at a given moment, there are
Of course.
forms.
I just want to make sure the privacy rights, it's enough to, the names are not publicly available.
Sure. And to be clear, I think that the list we were just talking about was from 2014. But you're right. I mean, those are separate things.
Look, Congress, of course, is self-centered about what legislative business is. For you, or perhaps Ms. Fusilli, and I don't know which of you should get this question, but the most important legislative business you've done in recent months is the production of a bipartisan budget. As I understand it, your office played perhaps the central role of all the agencies in there. I know that every member of Congress, I was one of 4 leaders of the transportation bill. We were constantly talking to your legislative people about legislation. I know that you facilitated, and I appreciate what you did for the District of Columbia. I can't imagine that there isn't a member of Congress that wasn't on the phone telling you what their constituents did. I understand you responded to 1,650 budget requests, and that 600 of them came in those last few months. Would you describe your substantive role in that legislative important bill, perhaps the most important bill, the only bill that the Congress of the United States has to put out every single year?
Yes, Congresswoman, thank you so much for that question. OMB serves a wide mission, but certainly one of our central functions is making sure that the government is funded. And so our primary focus over the last couple of months, which has really been an agency-wide effort, has been ensuring the bipartisan budget agreement as well as the Consolidated Appropriations Act got through. That was a massive effort that involved coordination with Republicans, Democrats, House, Senate, committees, individual offices, and we're really proud of the work that we did there.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you for that work. Thank you for the work you did on really rescuing Congress from the last several Congresses, its reputation as a do-nothing Congress. Maybe it was busy answering legislative inquiries, but the most important inquiry from our constituents was, of course, the annual budget, and I appreciate that. Director Levine, this breach, of course, was, if you were to name them, perhaps the primary business of this committee this year. And, of course, you were called to the carpet. Your agency was called to the carpet for it. Now, the legislative business that you would have been, I suppose, most taken to task force would have been how you responded to our constituents. It comes under the hubris, I guess, of constituent services flowing out of legislative business. I wish you would describe, pursuant to what this committee wanted you to do, how you responded, what services were affected, the notion of, I understand, a hotline for congressional offices to contact on behalf of their constituents, and other services that, in fact, responded to Congress's concern about the OPM breach.
Sure. And I see my time is about to expire, but
Please complete
sure.
the answer.
Thank you very much for the question. What we've tried to do is twofold while working to provide services to all those who were impacted by the two separate incidents, what we call the personnel records and the background investigations incidents. We went out and provided credit monitoring and identity theft protection services for all those who had Social Security numbers and other similar information exfiltrated in those breaches. And so what our effort has been is to provide to all members of Congress a mechanism for having information when your constituents call, whether they be current Federal employees, whether they be retired Federal employees, or just anyone whose information might have been swept up in that set, who received letters, who wanted to know whether they received the letters. So what we did is we put together a hotline for offices to give all to their caseworkers, and we sent out information to all the district offices to make sure they had that information. We produced one-page fact sheets that we updated periodically, frequently asked questions. We've updated our website. It's been our effort, although please get in touch with our office to the extent we can better provide information on those efforts. Where issues have come up, we've gone back to the vendors, whether it be about wait times, whether it be about how the service is provided, the language that they use. We want to make sure that people get the services that they need. That is the highest priority of Acting Director Cobert and our office.
Thank the gentlewoman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Johnson. I guess you're Assistant Secretary of Legislative Affairs for Homeland Security Department, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Simple yes or no question. Is DHS still considering airport and aviation security a top priority?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And in regard to TSA, do you have adequate personnel? I think we just approved 50,795 people for TSA. Is that about right?
Congressman, I'd have to look at those numbers. I don't.
That would be one you should be aware of as Leg Affairs Director. We just passed the budget. But we'll just say 51,000 people, of which I think we have a cap of about 46,000 screeners. I think that's about right. Last time we checked, we had over 4,000 TSA employees in Washington, D.C. area within, say, 10 miles of this hearing, earning on average $103,000. I point this out because somehow when we send requests for information about airport security, that there's an unresponsiveness, and it appears that you have adequate personnel. 4,000 making over 103,000 on average within just almost earshot of where we are. Let me just give you some examples. Almost a year ago, March 16th, the committee sent a letter to DHS on airport credentialing. We got almost no response. This went on. In April, we followed up. In May, we followed up. April 17th, the committee invited the then acting administrator, Caraway, to testify on the 15th of May. we can't get documents, and then to get someone to testify. On the evening of the 14th, DHS informed the committee that Caraway was traveling and wouldn't be available the night before the hearing. So it seems like we've got a little bit of a problem here with getting responses. In May, the committee asked for additional documents on trying to be produced, same subject, no later than June 5th. They failed on that. Then in June 4th, we sent bipartisan letter to DHS on airport vulnerabilities. A report showed that TSA screeners failed to detect a high percentage of prohibited items. You missed production of any information on that. On July 2nd, another bipartisan letter from the committee about failures and information on internal covert testing. You failed on that. It goes on and on. As late as, and I have requests here from, here's November 23rd. We know there are vulnerabilities. We've had people coming up with false credentials and information. We've been trying since last March to get responses and information, and you failed to produce this. This is the latest. When can I expect a response from this letter? We're sending it to Jay Johnson. He's still working there, isn't he?
Yes, Secretary Johnson.
I saw him in the hall yesterday here. Maybe that's why he couldn't respond. Is there a problem? Again, we have some 4,000 people. We can't get responses to this. We've seen the system has dangers and pitfalls, and all we're trying to do is a simple oversight responsibility. Maybe our latest request, Steph, could you bring this down to her, and could you let us know, the Secretary, when we can get a response on this latest request? We still have things pending from last March. Again, you see our frustration. We're trying to do our job. We expect you to do your job. When do you think we could get a response on that?
Thank you, Congressman. With regards to the November 23rd request, production on that one is imminent. I believe that should be out within a fairly short period of time. And the last one, I think you're referring to the January 4th request. We just got that, and we've using our usual tasking mechanism. It's been tasked out to TSA, and they are beginning searches for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, I want to say that I share much of the frustration that is it's bipartisan up here in terms of trying to get information from your agencies. You need to do better. You really do. We had a hearing a couple of weeks ago before the break regarding visa overstays, the visa waiver program, and we have been waiting a long time from DHS to get a list of how many people, 20 million people a year come into this country under the visa waiver program. We need to know how many people overstay their visas. We need that information. I'm sure you could give it to us for the Obama administration and the Bush administration, so we're not getting political, but we need that information. That's plain and simple. There seems to be an unneeded adversarial relationship between us and the agencies, and it's been the same way in previous administrations as well. But it's our constitutional mandate to conduct oversight, and we need to have this information. I do want to say, though, that sometimes we on this side of the dais are responsible for promoting that adversarial relationship. And I want to point out one example that I think highlights that, and that is, as the Chairman has mentioned, we're going to talk a little bit about Hillary Clinton's emails today. And I just want to point out that this committee, we conducted 9 separate investigations. We had direct evidence that Secretary Colin Powell got frustrated with his email, his government email, and discarded it, and went out and acquired his own private email, his own private server, and went to work and used a private server during the bulk of his service, which was, and he's a great American, no question about it. But we have this situation where Secretary Clinton has been pummeled with subpoenas and hearings and 9-hour, 11-hour hearings, and yet we have Secretary Powell, who testified before the United Nations Security Council that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, but we don't want to ask anything about him and his emails. We give him a complete pass. And that's problematic. That makes us look tremendously biased when, okay, I understand we have to look at Secretary Clinton's information and investigate that because 4 brave Americans died, and yet Secretary Powell did the same thing, bought his own private server, says so in his book. We have direct stipulated evidence that he did this. He gives testimony that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction and 4,000 Americans die, and we don't want to know anything about that. That's, move along, nothing to see here. And that sets up this adversarial relationship here. That's why some people think that this is political. Some of this stuff is political. And the evidence would certainly lead us to believe that. A select committee, we call it a select committee because the way the members are chosen, not based on how the evidence is chosen and looked at. And I think, up on this side of the aisle, we do have, 80% of what we're doing here is just straight up. We're trying to do the right thing for the people we represent. But every once in a while on an issue, we go sideways, and it becomes a political hunt, and we depart from, I think, our constitutional mandate to get at the truth, and instead, go after what is politically expedient. So I just want to say, Ms. Johnson, we need to have that information on the visa overstays. We really do. I mean, I'm not looking. We're not looking to embarrass anybody. I bet that information is embarrassing, but it's only embarrassing because we have received repeated assurances that everything's okay, and that's a continual pattern with the agencies. Everything's fine. Secret Service, everything's fine. We found out it wasn't fine. This visa waiver program, we're told that we have a robust system. Then we find out that there's dozens and dozens of people on the terrorist watch list that are actually working in secure areas of our airports and have been vetted and cleared by DHS, TSA. So we're after the truth here most of the time, and but I do want to highlight that aspect of this, that we have to be fairer in conducting oversight as well. I yield back.
Now I recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levine, I serve on the Intelligence Committee as well as the Oversight Committee, and as a result of that, I've been following the role of CyTech in both discovering or confirming the OPM breach. The Chairman has undertaken leadership for this committee to review this issue in Oversight. And in joining the Chairman's lead on that on September 9th, the two of us wrote requesting documents and information pertaining to the OMP breach and the device that was supplied or furnished to OPM by CyTech. In your response on October 28th, 2015, you stated that the CyTech device was sanitized, quote, in accordance with best practices, National Institute of Standards and Technology guidance and OPM policy. This binder is a list of what would have been sanitized by file numbers. It's not the list of files, but file names or titles. There are 15 to 16 file titles per page to show you the extent, the enormous aspect of what must have been sanitized. Additionally, in response to the committee's preservation order, you wrote on September 1st, 2015 that, quote, OPM has been and continues to work to preserve agency records in a manner consistent with applicable law, regulations, policies, and National Archives and Records Administration guidance. So I want to contrast those two in my questions. So first off, how far back are you saving records, and do these efforts cover the breaches that occurred in 2014 as well as those that occurred in 2015?
Thank you for the question. So as I understand it, we are preserving records not just associated, of course, with the breach, but with all government records in accordance with NARA and other appropriate government record-keeping authorities. As you can imagine, we also have litigation that is ongoing, and so we also have
But with respect to
litigation
this breach, the
preservation.
standard's higher, correct? I mean, you're preserving a wider breadth of records and putting a greater effort on their preservation.
Yes,
So
I
what
think that's
specific
fair to
steps
say.
are you taking to preserve those records, and are you, for example, preserving backup tapes?
I would need to get back with you on that.
Well, the Cytec device was returned to the company on August 20th. And did OPM preserve records by making a copy of the information that was on the device before returning it to Cytec?
I would also need to get back to you on that. I did want to, though, to your question about the way the device was returned, it is my understanding, and I'm not a IT cyber expert, but it is my understanding that it is standard practice when returning this sort of device in these sort of circumstances to treat it the way it was treated, which is to essentially wipe it before it's returned in case there would be information that is sensitive in a system way. But we'll have to get back to you on the backup.
Excellent. And I think that you probably clearly understand that my question is not necessarily the status of the device, but the status of the information that was on the device that's supposed to be turned over to the committee. We clearly requested that information. This, again, is a list of the file names of what would have been deleted, 15 to 16 file titles per page, so it's an enormous amount of information that would have been on that. And obviously, since we're all very concerned about that cyber attack, certainly any information that's contained on the Cytec device would just, even for forensics, to be able to understand what had occurred would be important to be preserved. And this committee has requested a copy of this information. So the two aspects of this, one, my expectation would be that OPM has it, and my second expectation would be that you are going to turn it over to this committee.
And certainly to the extent that we have it, then we need to have that conversation. If I could ask, the 15 to 16 types of file names that you're referring to is
names per page on all of these pages.
But is that, I'm sorry, is that information that we provided, or is that information that the company?
This is information that the committee has. I believe it was provided by Cytec.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to circle back with you. My understanding was that there was, well, you know, I don't want to misspeak. We will have to get back to you exactly with respect to how it was, with respect to the device. My understanding, we've answered the questions.
And just to make certain that we're absolutely clear, the expectation would be that the preservation order and your processes as a result of the cyber attack would have required that you preserve this information. And so we're looking for an affirmative response from you. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Well, before the gentleman yields back, if you would yield to me for a moment.
Absolutely. I yield to you.
Mr. Turner and I sent you a letter. What percentage of the request have you given back to us? That is, we made a request. I thought I heard you say you've given us a full response. What percentage of the?
So I don't know that I could put it in terms of a percentage. I know that we have made every effort to provide responses to every question that has been asked, and we have worked with your staff, who has been extraordinarily accommodating and helping us prioritize where they've had follow-up questions. We've certainly worked to do that.
My follow-up question with Mr. Turner here is, you say full. To me, full is 100%. Is full 70% in your mind?
To be fair, Mr. Chairman, I did not use the word full. What we've tried to do is provide a response to every question that's been asked, and to the extent that there are
all the documents that we've requested, emails, we've been asking for months. When will we get 100% of those requests?
We believe we've answered every question that's been asked. If there are questions that we've provided answers to that the staff or of course the members feel that we need to provide more information about that does not fully.
Well, I don't know when you're done. This is the problem with all of you. You wrote in your testimony, received and provided responses to every question in six separate document production requests.
That's correct. We believe we have provided.
I know you've given us an answer, but I need to know if it's complete.
Okay, so I'm sorry. With respect to the, and keep in mind that those 6 also incorporate other committees. With respect to the 5 requests from this committee, we look at 4 of those as closed. One of them, the request with respect to the differences between the contracts for the credit monitoring and ID theft between the first contract and the second contract. While we have provided answers to each of those questions, we do expect another set of documents coming I would say this month, if not, if not in the next couple of weeks, that remain in the interagency process. But with respect to this question, though, I hear your question, Mr. Congressman. We'll get back to you on whether there's something that remains outstanding in terms of the backup file.
You better start explaining to us why SciTech is providing us documents that you aren't providing to us, that you wrote, that you engaged in, and there's no excuse from withholding that information from Congress. You have it. It's in your systems, and we know it because we're looking at hard copies, and we're checking to see if you give it to us as well, and you're not. That's why you're going to be back before this committee. OPM, we are going to bring them up here, and we're going to get to the truth of this. It's one of the biggest data breaches in the history of this country, and we need 100% response.
Gentleman, yield just for a second. Let's see if we can get past down to the nitty-gritty here. The chairman just mentioned documents that we don't have, the SciTech. Why don't we have them, and can you tell us when we will get them?
Sure.
I mean, it seems like we're going in a circle, and I don't know. Maybe you all are going to be here a long time, but I don't know how long. I can't be here forever, going in circles, and I think it's unfair to the committee. And so, can you give us some definitive answers?
So, thank you very much for the question. To the best of my understanding, we have provided the information we have associated with that tool. To the extent that we have not, we need to go back and make sure that we are being responsive. But
and how soon will you do that?
And to follow on with the ranking member, and if you don't have it, you need to explain why, because you are absolutely under responsibility to have preserved it. And if you haven't preserved it, that's another issue this committee is going to have to pursue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now I recognize Mr. Conley of Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find myself in an interesting position in this hearing because having worked for the legislative branch for 10 years in the Senate and now being a member of the legislative branch as an elected member of the House, I certainly have always felt that it is a key responsibility of the executive branch to be responsive to legislative information requests. On the other hand, our Constitution, I think, builds in a dialectic in which, we want information and the executive branch doesn't want us to have it. It's kind of a natural order of things. And so there is a built-in tension, and there are mechanisms for us to address that dialectic. But it does rely, at the end of the day, on common sense, on good faith, on determination, as well as statutory enablers. Legitimate requirements for information must be enforced on a bipartisan basis. Fishing expeditions, blatantly partisan efforts to seek information, to embarrass, to humiliate, to undermine, and will not get bipartisan support and don't deserve it, and can understandably cause even more friction in the executive branch in trying to be responsive. Ms. Fusil, in May of last year, the chairman, along with Mr. Meadows, sent a request to OMB for documents relating to a review of the Clean Water Rule. You're familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
That request was then followed by a subpoena in July for similar documents. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And the time period, the subpoena requested documents, ranged from June of 2006 to July of 2015, a 9-year time period. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you were being asked to search and produce documents over a 9-year period. Can you briefly explain to us what's involved in being asked to search and produce documents covering a 9-year period? Because sometimes in this conversation, we act as if they're all just sitting in piles waiting to be delivered up here, and you're just withholding them. But that's not really how it works, is it?
No, thank you for the question.
And if you can just pull that a little closer to you, thank you so much.
Is that better?
Yep, great.
Yes, the request for information that we received was quite broad, covering a 9-year span. And as such, we began our search process. That involved identifying the various custodians of all of the information, and then once the documents are gathered, then having a review performed by various subject matter experts, followed by review of other agencies to ensure that equities receive proper review. It's quite an intense sort of process, particularly for such a broad range of documents. We continue to work on processing that request.
And have you been responsive to that subpoena?
Our production response rate, I think, could certainly be improved. We have not produced as quickly as I think that we should have. As such, we have taken steps recently to improve our production response rate, and I expect that that will continue moving forward.
Yeah, I also, I can sympathize with the chairman saying, well, it ought not to be an issue of the volume, that is to say, how many pages you've delivered. It's the percentage of the request. And that sounds reasonable, and in many cases, I would probably agree with the chairman that that is a better standard in terms of determining responsiveness. But on the other hand, it can also be a self-serving standard, not that it would be here, of course, when we don't like the response, and when, in fact, we're on a fishing expedition that could be tens and tens of millions of documents. And then that standard can be used against you, I think, unfairly, where you're trying to be responsive, but you're not anytime soon going to give me 100 million pages or something, and you're doing the very best you can to be responsive to the nature of the request. So I think we need to tread a little bit carefully when we decide to throw the flag down and say you're unresponsive, while at the same time trying to seek bipartisan consensus to ensure accountability in the executive branch and that we fulfill our role, our constitutional role of oversight of that branch. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kadzig, last fall, October 23rd, you sent a letter to the chairman and the ranking member saying that there were no prosecutions there were going to be no prosecutions in the IRS targeting case. When was the decision made not to prosecute?
Well, I think that it was shortly before we sent the letter.
Shortly before the 23rd?
That's correct.
Week before, 2 weeks before, do you know?
I can't.
Month before?
I can't put a precise date on it.
In your letter to the chairman, you said over 100 witnesses were interviewed. Was John Koskinen interviewed?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Were those interviews transcribed?
I don't know.
In your letter, you said substantial evidence of mismanagement took place. Your investigation uncovered substantial evidence of mismanagement. By who?
By employees of the IRS.
Specifically?
I can't give you specific names.
Mr. Kadzig, you wrote this letter, right? 8-page letter?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we scheduled a briefing for next week in order to provide you and other members with additional information, and we will have people involved in the investigation.
Well, we appreciate that, but we also sent you a letter on December 1st, the chairman and I, and we requested in that letter all documents that pertain to the investigation, and we've yet to receive a single document. Why is that?
We also received your letter yesterday requesting the file.
That's a follow-up letter. We sent the first letter over a month ago.
I understand. But producing an entire investigation or prosecution file presents particular issues with respect to our law enforcement sensitivities.
Now, we've heard that for 3.5 years. We've heard that for 3.5 years. I've had 2 different FBI directors. I've had Mr. Holder, Assistant Attorney General Mr. Cole, give me that exact same answer for 3.5 years. And their answer added one other word, ongoing investigation. And now the investigation's over, and it's been over at least by October 23rd, according to what you just testified and according to the 8-page letter you sent us on October 23rd. And now you're telling us you can't get us any documents, and you're just giving us the same. Is there some national security interest that prevents you from giving us those documents?
No, but
Is there some presidential privilege that prevents you from giving us those documents?
No, but there are law enforcement sensitivities and prosecutorial responsibilities concerning the confidentiality of witnesses, people who cooperated with the investigation, the candid assessments of the
But you
attorneys
can give us
and
something,
agents.
and you haven't given us anything. That's the point.
Well, we've engaged in the accommodation process, which includes the briefing, which we've scheduled for next week.
And that briefing, you're going to be able to give me a little more information to give me. In your letter, you say there's substantial evidence of poor judgment. Can you tell me who exercised poor judgment at the IRS when they were systematically targeting Americans' most cherished and fundamental right, their free speech rights under the First Amendment, being violated for 5 years in some cases of certain groups and certain individuals? Can you tell me who at the IRS was exercising that poor judgment?
As I said, we've scheduled a briefing for next week, and we'll be able to
Well,
provide you.
this is going to
with
be a heck of a
information.
briefing, isn't it? Did you tell the White House before the October 23rd letter came to the chairman saying no one was going to be prosecuted?
No.
Did you tell Ms. Lerner, her or her counsel, that there wasn't going to be prosecutions before the letter came to Chairman Chaffetz?
No.
Did you tell Mr. Schulman that there was not going to be a prosecution before the letter came to Mr. Chaffetz?
I've never talked to Mr. Schulman.
No, I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying, did the Justice Department notify these individuals before you told this committee that no one was going to be prosecuted when Americans' most cherished First Amendment free speech rights were targeted for a 5-year time frame in some cases?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. Okay. And you don't know if the interviews were transcribed?
I do not.
And you don't know if John Koskinen was interviewed?
I do not.
Do you think he should have been interviewed as the guy who was presiding over the Internal Revenue Service with a preservation order from the Justice Department, your agency, in place, and he is the IRS commissioner when 422 backup tapes are destroyed containing potentially 24,000 emails? Do you think it would be maybe a good thing to do in an investigation to interview Mr. Koskinen?
I can tell you that the career attorneys and the investigators and prosecutors that were involved in the investigation did a complete and thorough investigation.
Were any of the victims, the people who were targeted, were they notified before the letter came to Congress? Did you talk to any of them and say that no one was going to be prosecuted?
Not that I'm aware of.
You know Catherine Engelbrecht? You familiar with that name?
I'm familiar with that name.
Lady who started the organization True the Vote, lady who was audited both personally and her business by the IRS, was visited by the EPA, the ATF, the FBI, and OSHA, all while she was simply trying to clean up voter registration rolls, systematically targeted. The full weight of the federal government came down on her. Do you know if she was contacted before you decided not to prosecute anyone?
I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
I know that individuals were interviewed in the context of the investigation, but I understand your question being was she prosecuted.
Well, one last question.
Sure.
So you're going to talk to us in a few weeks with a briefing.
Next week.
When do you think we're going to get the documents?
I think that as part of the accommodation process, we'll talk about that next week. And as I said, those documents present particular.
Do you plan on giving us the documents, or are you going to come talk to us and say you're still not going to get them to us and we need to talk more? Or are you actively now trying to get those documents and get them to us?
We're actively preparing for the briefing next week and determining what.
That wasn't my question. Are you actively getting the documents to us?
Are we actively getting the documents? We're reviewing the documents to see what the law enforcement sensitivities and other issues that are presented by those documents in any investigative or prosecutorial file.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please be prepared to answer all of those questions at the briefing next week. You've had years, you've looked at it, months to prepare. Given our letter, we expect a full and complete briefing. We'll now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first of all thank the panel for their public service. I do share the chair's and ranking members' frustrations with the withholding of information by the executive branch to Congress. One panel member, I believe, mentioned the difficulty of having 100 bosses. I just want to note that you only have one boss. That's the American people. And one of the ways the framers designed our government is for the American people to express their will through 435 elected members of Congress and 100 elected senators. And it is the duty of the executive branch to respond in a timely manner to members of Congress, whether it's 100 members or 535. And let me explain the importance of this. I'll go through one area, which is privacy. The U.S. Supreme Court has said it's illegal for law enforcement without a warrant to put a GPS device on a person's car and track them through geolocation. This committee has sent 2 letters to the Department of Justice asking for your policies on geolocation. You have failed to provide them, and I want to know why that is. Why don't you just provide your policies on geolocation? Because we want to know if you're violating the law.
Well, Congressman, first of all, the request is not for policies. The request was for two particular memorandum, which consist of attorney work product, which was advice provided to our prosecutors that included investigative and litigation strategies. With respect to policies, to the extent that policies exist, for example, in the cell site simulator context, we have provided that policy to Congress.
Well, let me just read the first sentence of your letter dated October 30th, 2015. This responds to your letter to Attorney General dated October 26, 2015, regarding your interest in the Department of Justice policies on geolocation and other surveillance technology. So, since you brought up cell site simulators, we had a hearing in October, and your Department of Justice witness testified about stingrays, which can monitor cell phones, track their locations, and we want to know, and I want to know, well, could these stingrays also get substantive conversations? Department of Justice witness, I believe, sort of danced around that and sort of said, I don't know, which I find troubling. So either that witness was withholding information from this committee or had a shocking level of ignorance about a device that the Department of Justice was using. But she did commit to providing the answer to that question, to which we have not gotten yet, even though we asked, both publicly as well as in writing. But I did find out about a week after the hearing through the press that, yes, in fact, these stingrays can be configured to monitor conversations. So that's why it's so important we get documents, because I partly don't trust the witnesses that I've heard sometimes before this hearing. And I just want to look at these documents to know, is the department violating the law? It's not a hard request. If you don't want this memorandum put out publicly, you don't have to. You can give it to us in a confidential, private setting. But I think it's important that we get these documents, and I think the American people have a right to know, is the Department of Justice violating law when it comes to privacy? And we need to have these documents to know what your policies are. How are you using stingrays? How are you using geolocation? How are you using these GPS devices? And so I'm going to ask you once again to provide these documents. And I know in your letter to this committee, you don't cite a case. So unless you can provide some sort of case that says you can't provide these documents, I would like you to provide those documents. So with that, I yield back.
Before the gentleman yields back, if he'd yield to me for a moment on this. Ranking Member Cummings and I sent the Department of Justice a request. I just don't understand when the Department of Justice sends out, as was revealed by the General Counsel for the FBI, guidance to the field specifically on the use of GPS and guidance on what the Jones, that being the Supreme Court case, what Jones means for other types of geolocation techniques. Why isn't that members of Congress with security clearances, I happen to sit on the Judiciary Committee, I'm on the Crime Subcommittee, why is it that I cannot actually see what you're sending out far and wide? I mean, you're sending this out to all of your prosecutors, you're sending out to when you send this out far and wide, why can't Elijah Cummings and I go look at it?
Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, I would say that we're not sending it out far and wide. It's attorney work product. It goes to those prosecutors that need that information when they litigate cases and they approve or disapprove particular investigative techniques. And we have provided briefings with respect to this.
No.
And we've
a
also
briefing's
provided
not good
pleadings.
enough. A briefing's not good enough. This is the FOIA request that's put out, 100% redacted. This is what the pages look like, okay? We got concerns post-Jones that the Federal Government is potentially spying on Americans. What sort of techniques are they using? We represent the people. We have a security clearance. You send us blank pages like this to the public, and so we're asking in an in-camera review situation to be able to read this ourselves. You're willing to give it to all the Federal prosecutors, okay? You're willing to share this widely within the department, but you won't allow members of Congress to look at it? Why?
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, we provided briefings, we provided pleadings where we've publicly disclosed our legal analysis. We'd be happy to provide additional pleadings and additional briefings, but there are law enforcement sensitivities, and again, it is attorney work product information, and we're happy to continue with the accommodation process.
This is guidance. You're giving guidance. You've sent this out on the techniques that are currently being deployed. We don't know if you're violating the law, not violating the law, if other laws need to be written. Justice Alito even referred to that in his opinion, saying that legislative body needs to be involved and engaged here. The American people trust us, but you don't trust us.
It's not that we don't trust you, Mr. Chairman, but again, it's attorney work product privileged information that's designed to provide.
Privileged from the American people, and that's what I got a problem with. Yes.
Let's try to get down to the bottom here. Is it one of your concerns that there are ongoing investigations, sir?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Cummings, there are ongoing investigations. These do discuss investigative techniques and the legal arguments that we would make in support of those techniques, and they discuss also the potential legal arguments that would be made by defendants. And we're concerned that if these techniques are disclosed, that criminal elements can use that information in order to avoid detection in law enforcement efforts.
So the bottom line is that you don't trust us.
No, it's not that we don't trust you.
I mean, in other words, if we are saying that we'd like to see this information in confidence and make commitments that we're not going to disclose, then what would be the reason, I mean, going to what you just said? In other words, that seems to take away your reason for not providing it. Am I missing something?
We've engaged in discussions along that route, and we'd be happy to continue those discussions as an accommodation to the committee.
That is not an accommodation. I want to actually read it. You gave it to all the Federal prosecutors, you gave it to the criminal chiefs and the appellate chiefs. Why do you assume that if Elijah Cummings or any member of Congress with a security clearance, having signed an oath, taken an oath, we signed documents saying we won't reveal this, why do you assume that because we read it in camera that it's going to suddenly get out in the public?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's not only a question of disclosure, it's a question of waiver of privilege. And so the fact that we provide it to a third party could potentially be an argument that we've waived the privilege and it would be discoverable by other individuals, defendants in criminal cases. And what we're trying to do is to protect our law enforcement responsibilities.
Just one other question, if the gentleman yield. If there's a piece missing here, there's nobody up here on either side that wants to do anything to interfere with a criminal investigation. In other words, we want to make sure that you are able to do your job, but you got to understand we're trying to do our job too. And it seems like we ought to be able to reach some type of balance here. And if there is case law supporting what you just said, do we have that? Have you provided that?
I don't know if we've provided, Mr. Cummings, but again, we'd be glad to continue these discussions, and I agree that there's a way in which we can reach an accommodation to provide.
Well, let's try to do that
we will
as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
We haven't gotten there yet, and it's been years. I would cite the FTC versus Owens Corning fiberglass. When a congressional committee compels production of a privileged communication through properly issued subpoena, it does not prevent assertion in privilege. It is well documented. You're hiding this from the American people. Who is the client? Who's the client that you're trying to protect?
We're trying to protect the American people.
And we represent the American people.
And so do we. But providing this memorandum for broad public disclosure doesn't protect
I'm not doing broad public disclosure. As members of Congress, we should be able to see what you're doing and how you're doing it.
And as I said, we're trying to accommodate the information requests. We're happy.
No, you're not, because we just want to read the documents that you're giving to the prosecutors and the criminal chiefs. And you're saying no, and it should scare every American. I appreciate the committee's indulgence. We've gone on a long time with this. I believe we're now recognize Mr. Walberg for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is a perfect example of how we've gone away. And Mr. Kadzik, with all due respect, you do not represent the American people. You do not represent the American people. We are the only ones elected to represent the American people. Now, remember that. I'm sitting here today thinking I'm hearing a old Hogan Heroes rerun with Sergeant Schultz saying, "I know nothing." I also understand that you people have been put in very difficult situations representing people who do have the answers, but put you in the place to try to give just enough to satisfy us, and you have staff behind you to make sure that you don't go too far in giving that answer. And that's frustrating. Now, I also understand that you don't have the benefit that we do. There's only one person in our district that people come to and expect to have an answer from, and we're held accountable. Members of Congress. We're elected by those people. And the further you get outside of this beltway, and that's the challenge that you have, I understand that. But having relatives that live at different levels outside of this beltway, the further you get away, the more frustration there is that the people have lost control from both sides of the perspective. And so when we who directly represent the people, who have been elected to represent the people in given districts, especially here in the House, are put upon by our people to ask questions and to get understanding for them, you've got to understand why it's frustrating to have documents that we've been told we'll receive piecemealed out. And so, Ms. Fiesel, I go to you. Representing a state that has waters of the U.S. surrounding us on 3 sides, very important to Michigan. I have very great interest in the rules-making process. Back on March 3rd, 2015, in a hearing before this committee, members asked Administrator Shalansky for documents relating to OIRA's review of the waters of the U.S. rulemaking. After the hearing, committee staff followed up with your staff on numerous occasions about this request, but received no response. How did you instruct your legislative affairs staff to respond to the committee after the March 3rd hearing? Did you instruct them not to initiate a search until a formal letter was received from the committee? Did anyone tell you not to initiate a search? What's your answers?
No. Absolutely, after receiving the request, we began the search. It's a large search, and it's taking time, and I appreciate that we could have increased the speed of that production, and we are working on that. But when we got that request, we started to produce documents. We produced documents over the last several months. We will continue to.
In your first production to this committee on June 4th, OMB provided 893 pages of documents, 893 pages, 846 of which were publicly available online. Were you aware of that?
The document request that we received was quite broad, and the documents that we produced were responsive to that. Several of those documents, or much of that documents, were publicly available online.
Well, in light of that,
since then, we have produced email communications between senior OIRA officials.
Is it normal practice to have staff that are under heavy load, I understand that, to produce for a committee documents that are readily available online already?
That was, as we read the request was quite broad. We believe that the documents that we provided were part of that request.
That's not helpful. I mean, we could do that. We have plenty of other pages. Just going over to what EPA has provided for us already. They've provided 21,000 pages of responsive documents, 21,000 pages. In the last 10 months, OMB has provided this committee with 3,260 pages, 21,000 versus 3,260. That's concerning.
The role of EPA with respect to promulgating this rule is considerably different than the role that OIRA and OMB play. The number of documents that we would produce for any rule would be expected to be considerably smaller.
80% were online already, and we're capable of seeing those. We weren't asking for those.
I disagree with the characterization that 80% of what we have produced for this committee were available online. The first production included materials that were available online. The subsequent productions and the
Less
vast
than 100
majority,
pages
the vast
not
majority
online.
of the documents we have produced for this committee have not been documents that were available online.
I yield back.
We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to each of you who are here today attempting to answer our questions. This has been a very difficult discourse, and I, as a new member, am somewhere between, are we putting too much on our departments trying to get information from so many different committees and subcommittees? Is that an onerous burden that you're not staffed or configured to respond to in a timely manner and in a way that meets our needs and our requests? Are you trying to not give us the information that we want in a manner that is usable for Congress as Congress goes about doing its work? And so if it is the former, then we need to address that, and you need to be communicating clearly with us about the impact of the requests and how we can better work together. If it is the latter, then you're just going to be dragged into this committee and subcommittees until the end of time, because it is disrespectful not to address Congress's right to have information. And so we need to figure out exactly which one of these things it is. In the Department of Human Services, there was a request regarding some findings with regard to Secret Service, Ms. Johnson. And there were a number of issues which were already addressed. But my understanding is that there's one more issue that is outstanding. I'm not quite sure what it is. Are you aware of it? It's one of 16 issues that had been identified and had been responded to in some way, shape, or form.
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman. Yes, with regards to the Secret Service request, we're dealing with two different documents. One was the February 18, 2015 letter, and that contained 16 requests. And we were complying with that request. As a matter of fact, the good news story was the process worked as it should. It was there, the requests were very broad, and so we went back to the committee and asked the committee to prioritize so that we could prioritize, which in fact the committee did. You prioritized 4 lines or 4 categories of information, which we were producing. And in the course of that production, then ultimately the July 9th subpoena came forward. It also had 18 requests, most of which were overlapping with the February 18th letter, but it broadened the aperture. And so as a result of that, we have been producing on both of those documents, and we continue to produce. Even last night, we produced documents responsive to the February 18th request for request numbers 4 and number 11. And so, yes, it's a rolling production, and we have been producing since February.
So if there is an outstanding request, do you have any idea, any estimate of the time that it would take to have that request answered, responded to?
Congresswoman, we are continuing.
Or is it just a series of things?
Right, we're continuing to comply. On the February 18th letter, there were 16 requests. 12 of them are closed. 4 remained open, and as I said, we produced last night for 2 more. So that means there's 2 that remain open on that one.
Request.
On the July 9th subpoena, there were 18 requests. 13 requests are closed. 5 remain open, and we continue to produce on those. So I can't give you a definite timeline, but we have been producing, we continue to produce, and we will continue until such time as we can close these 2 out.
So the Department of Justice issue is a little bit different, because there's a question as to, from the department's perspective versus our committee's perspective, what information we are entitled to and in what form, to what degree. But for the rest of the departments, are we in agreement that there are outstanding requests that have not been that have not been responded to in a way that this committee deems appropriate. I'll start with you, Ms. Fairfield. That's just a yes or no.
We do have outstanding requests with the committee, but we are working to meet those requests.
Ms. Fusil, is it?
Yes, my answer would be the same.
And Mr. Levine, yours is a bit little different also. Sometimes I think you're talking about apples and we're talking about oranges. But we need reconciliation of what we're looking for.
There remains one request for which we are intending to produce some documents, and then we're going to circle back on what the...
Thank you. So I simply want to, echo our desire to be able to work together to have the information we need to represent the people that sent us here, to represent their interests. And we're just as equally engaged and yoked in making sure that our Americans are safe and secure and have the benefit of all the services. And that seems to me what we are trying to accomplish as the Oversight Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would hope it would be reasonable that you could tell us which ones you think are closed and which ones you think are still open, because what I hear from staff is if we make a dozen requests and you say 8 are closed, 4 open, we don't know which ones are still open. And I hope that's a reasonable ask. If you think you've accomplished number 7, tell us. We're done. You don't have anything else coming for number 7. Is that fair? Did anybody want to actually say that and be recorded as saying yes? Let's go down the line and ask if that's a reasonable request.
Yes, we can go over and give you the status of each of your requests. We're very happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, generally when we...
Wait, Mr. Kadzik.
Oh.
You've been around. You're smart. I get it. That's good lawyering. I get it. But we're asking a direct question here. Is that reasonable?
Well, I think that we've told the committee when...
No, I'm asking you, will you tell us on the outstanding requests and moving forward, when you've completed a request, will you tell us that?
I think we have, and we will continue to do so.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, when we produce, we tell you what we're producing against. So the production last night...
We just want to know if it's completed. When it's completed, tell us it's complete.
Yes, and we'll say we're producing, these are documents responsive to February 18th, request number 4. These are all the documents we found.
Okay.
So.
Our one outstanding request remains open, yes.
But will you tell us in the future when you've completed a request, and will you tell us if it's still outstanding?
Yes, as I just said, it is still outstanding.
Yes, we will. I mean, I think as we've discussed with your staff, we can indicate when it's closed. You always might be able to find something else, as you and Mr. Turner raised earlier. But yes, we believe we will let you know when things are closed.
Because often these letters come with 2 or 3 or 5 requests, and we just need to know which ones are closed within the body letter. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Gosar of Arizona is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assistant AG Kadzik and Assistant Secretary Johnson. In August of 2014, I wrote to the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security, the head of your respective agencies, expressing serious concerns about reported alterations made to prosecutorial guidelines for Operation Streamline and requesting information about this decision from your respective agencies. 9 days earlier, I received a letter from one of my local county sheriffs expressly significantly finding concerns that Operation Streamline was being terminated and that the U.S. Attorney's Office will no longer be prosecuting first-time undocumented illegal immigrants under the program. In the letter, Sheriff Wilmot stated, and I quote, "This new guidance is of great concern because it undermines the mission of local law enforcement agencies throughout Yuma County for 100% prosecution of those entering the United States illegally in order to curb reentries," end of quote. Sheriff Wilmot also stated in his letter, and I quote, "During an interview of a defendant from a recent smuggling case, the subject told investigators that since he had been in jail, they and their other partners are moving to other areas due to our hard stance on smuggling and the fact that if you are caught in Yuma, you will go to jail," end of quote. The Federal Government's failure to address our immigration crisis and forcing cities in my district, such as Yuma, to step up and prevent the massive flow of illegal aliens entering the country. In 2005, a combination of fencing, new infrastructure, no-tolerance zones, and increased manpower drove down the number of apprehensions in the Yuma region by nearly 95%, from 119,000 in 2006 to just over 6,000 in 2013. Despite this remarkable success, you all defied all logic and common sense by unilaterally crippling law enforcement and terminating Operation Streamline, as well as other worthwhile border enforcement programs. On October 10th, DOJ replied to my letter from August 28th about Operation Streamline being terminated. While I appreciate the relatively prompt response within the 2-month time frame, frankly, I'm shocked it even took that long, considering it essentially resembled a simple copy, cut, and paste with such generic and blatantly evasive language that in no real terms could be considered an actual response. Rather than answering my question or providing any reasoning as to why Operation Streamline had been terminated, the Department of Justice responded with a weak letter. I'll hold up this letter here. That stated, and I quote, "It is the Department's longstanding practice not to provide specific information regarding criminal law enforcement policies of the United States Attorney's Office," end of quote. That's just simply outrageous. Now, I will humbly tell you, I don't think I'm really anybody special. I'm just a dentist impersonating a politician. I don't expect any special treatment from anybody, but I was elected in accordance to the Constitution of the United States to serve as representative of the people of the 4th Congressional District of Arizona, which carries important duties and obligations, including government oversight. Mr. Chairman, before I ask some questions, I'd like to have these 3 letters entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
So with that, Mr. Kadzik and Ms. Johnson, since you're both here, I will ask you all one more time. Which one of your agencies made the call to terminate Operation Streamline, and why the secrecy? Mr. Kadzik first.
Congressman, within the last 2 months, we conducted a briefing with respect to the status of immigration enforcement in the Yuma District. I apologize if your staff was not invited to that briefing, but I would be happy to have that briefing provided to members of your staff to give you the current status of immigration enforcement.
I'm not specifically asking you that, sir. I asked you a specific question. Who, is it your agency, who in your agency or Ms. Johnson's agency decided to terminate Operation Streamline? Point, simple, one way or another.
I can't tell you that it's been terminated. And so
it absolutely has.
Well, I would say that, as the letter indicates, the local United States attorneys implement prosecution policies.
No, those come from the DOJ directly. I'm sorry, sir. Those directives came from, so I'm asking you this question. If you don't know the answer, simply state the answer, that you don't know. But
I can't say I don't know, because I don't believe that it was terminated.
It has been terminated. Well, you don't know the answer. Ms. Johnson, how about you?
Congressman, I have to defer to Department of Justice. Operation Streamline is not a Department of Homeland Security operation, so I don't have competence to speak to that.
So let's go back to you, Mr. Kadzik. Is the standard practice of the Department of Justice to disregard requests for information from individual members of the United States Congress?
No, it is not.
Ms. Johnson, does the Department of Homeland Security similarly shrug off information requests of individual members of Congress who are performing their oversight duties?
No, Congressman, we do not shrug off requests that we receive. As a matter of fact, we try to produce the documents that are being requested.
Does it make a difference if it's more than one, maybe 30 or 40 members writing a letter? Does it get quicker attention if it's got 30 or 40?
No, Congressman, that's not the way we prioritize. But we do have to prioritize when you're subject to the jurisdiction of 92 committees and subcommittees. You have to prioritize where you're going to put your efforts at any given time. So we prioritize the requests. We task them out to the appropriate components to search for the documents.
Well, as a doctor, it seems to me your problem has been misdiagnosed. If you can't keep up with Congress, and understand that Congress isn't your ordinary third party, if you can't keep up with the document requests, maybe you should reevaluate your conduct. Quit reinterpreting, abusing, and remaking the laws. Follow the law. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Desaunier, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the ranking member, and forgive me for being naive, but given that I haven't been a member for that long, it does seem that both the committee and the departments, there should be less pull and tug in gray areas. It strikes me that public documents are public documents. We all work for the public. The sooner you have the infrastructure to respond and that we can get those documents or be told why we can, I think does us all well, knowing that there's some political latitude in there that you have to deal with. My question is specifically to the AG, just because, like the last member, I had a specific letter that I sent to the Department of Justice and the Attorney General that I don't expect you to be aware of, but I would like to just have it on the record. So it was vis-a-vis the ability to enforce the Clean Air Act versus potentially, or at least go through the due diligence when it comes to Volkswagen. So I have read interpretations that said there's a gap in the law in the Clean Air Act where there's only civil enforcement. The letter that we sent, miraculously, we got a response this morning, so I will give that to karma, not the coincidence of the hearing, is that if you could go back and let our office know, because what I was asking is there a possibility, because it seems to me that's the only motivating factor, having spent a long time in California on enforcement of the California Clean Air Act when it comes to regulated entities, in this instance a car company, are there only civil procedures that you can pursue and you are pursuing? My question in the letter would be, can you pursue criminal acts, or does that require a statutory fix in the Clean Air Act? And given that as a specific request, but it also illustrates just to me the difficulty of responding. So if there's a tactical reason why you don't want to respond, it would be helpful for me to understand how you can communicate that to me. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I give you the opportunity to respond, Mr.
Congressman, I'd be happy to get back to you on that. As you know, we did file a civil suit just this past Monday against Volkswagen. I'm not familiar with what criminal authorities we may have, but I'd be happy to respond to your letter on that.
I appreciate that. I yield back. Yes, to the ranking member, I'm happy to.
Thank you very much. Mr. Katzik, how long have you been in your position?
Almost 3 years, Mr. Cummings.
Okay. And what did you do before that?
I was in private practice of law.
I see. I was trying to figure, I keep going back to what Mr. Lynch said, and about why we have what appears to be an adversarial situation, and it's not a new thing, as he said. I mean, this goes back for years. I mean, and it does appear to be that. I don't care how you look at this. You gotta, and maybe some of the other ones. The only reason I asked you how long you've been there, I thought you'd been there longer than that. But I'm wondering, when you all view this, do you all see it as adversarial?
Mr. Cummings, we don't. And in fact, I think that we've had a good working relationship with this committee during the past year or more, and we look forward to continuing to cooperate with you and the chairman to try and get you as much information as we can consistent with our law enforcement responsibilities and our confidentiality interests of the executive branch. So I don't view it as adversarial. I don't want it to be adversarial. And as the chairman indicated in his opening remarks, I know that you expect and require cooperation, and we hope to provide it.
Ms. Raphael?
I don't think it should be adversarial. I've worked on Capitol Hill for over 20 years, and so I've seen it from both sides. And I genuinely believe it can work best if we have a collegial relationship where we can sit down and go over priorities and sequencing. I mean, we have all talked about the difficulty with resources, and that is our problem. We have to grapple with that, and we have to come to a solution. But I think it would be less frustration on your part if we could just sit down and say, these are the priorities. So rather than talking about all documents or everything, saying we need all contracts, or we need things from this date, and we start there, and then we can build on that later if we continually talk to the staffs. And I feel like I've had good relationships with your staffs. They have my direct lines, I have theirs. They can call me at any time, I can call them. I think that's the way it works best, not having a sort of confrontational kind of relationship.
And so the narrowing, trying to narrow the information that is needed as opposed to having just a blanket kind of request would help, I take it.
Yes, sir, because, for example, the chairman asked for the notifications on various embassy construction projects. That was a very clear direction from the chairman. We were able to respond to that in a few weeks, and it was done. And then if anyone wants more or different or discuss it or a briefing, we can go on from there. But it's just, I feel like that is the constructive way to work with this committee, given the fact that we are balancing many, many requests, many more than we frankly can deal with in a very constructive way. And we will get better. We are getting better. But I think it would be less frustration on your part if we could sit down and go over what's the plan, these are the steps now, and we'll take these steps in the future.
Thank you.
Now I recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney. So.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Chairman.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay.
We're actually toggling, and my bad. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Wyoming, Ms. Lummis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions are for Ms. Facile. I want to visit with you about the Waters of the U.S. rule. And when you gave your 5-minute testimony, you called it something new, Clean Water Rule. That was a new moniker that was given to that rule over the Christmas holiday by the administration, in full knowledge of the fact that that was always called the Waters of the U.S. rule, and the fact that it has been so thoroughly rejected by the people of this country caused this rebranding of the rule under a new name. Now, one of the reasons you are here today is because even though your agency's probably truly exhausted from the work you had to do on the omnibus, and I get it, you're a small agency, and that was an enormous piece of legislation. But the administration wouldn't even speak to Congress about the omnibus until we first agreed to strip from that bill all of the riders that had to do with policy, including our decision to not fund the Waters of the U.S. rule. And so the reason that this is such an important issue today is the position the administration took on that rule. Now, this rule is easily one of the top 10 worst rules that has been adopted during the course of this administration's term. In fact, so bad that a federal district court blocked the rule in 13 states, calling it an exceptionally expansive interpretation of federal jurisdiction that would irreparably diminish the state's power over their waters. It's so serious that the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals expanded the stay to cover the whole nation. This rule has the whole nation up in arms, which is why we want more information about it. Now, on March 3rd and May 12th, we asked for information from you about this rule. And as of June 4th, no documents were produced. The May 12th letter signed by the chairman and the gentleman to my right, Mr. Meadows, no documents were produced. So the committee subpoenaed these documents and requested all documents and communications referring or relating to the rule by July 28, 2015. Now, a few documents were produced, many of which were just a printed copy of the rule. October 28th, the letter was signed by the chairman, Mr. Chaffetz, Mr. Meadows to my right, Mr. Jordan, who was here earlier, and myself, and there has been no response. That's the reason you're here today. We are frustrated that when a rule that is this expansive and this provocative of states' rights is promulgated, and the administration won't even talk to us, to Congress, and the bipartisan opposition and bicameral opposition to this rule, and having all those states sue to have it stayed, that we can't get the information we're requesting about how this rule came about from the get-go. So now my question, Ms. Facile, has OMB searched the inboxes of all OIRI staff who worked on this rulemaking?
As part of our search process, we are in the process of going through all of the documents related to the review of the Clean Waters of the U.S. rule, the Waters of the U.S. rule, and we are in process of that. As the request came in, it was for a 9-year period from June of 2006 to July of 2014, I believe, and so we are going through that. You mentioned—
How many custodians have you identified?
I don't have that information. I'd have to take that back.
And I would like to request, how many have you identified to date? That's a request for information again. Have you asked all OIRA staff to produce copies of documents related to the Waters of the U.S. rulemaking?
The search process has gone through identified custodians. I do not know exactly who those are. That's just not part of what I do. I can find that out.
And so I'm requesting that too, because we want to know whether the OIRA staff has documents related to the WOTUS rulemaking. We want to know if they have produced all potentially responsive documents for review.
As I said before, this is an outstanding request. We are continuing. We certainly have not produced all documents, and we are committed to continuing.
Well, pursuant to those 4 earlier requests, I renew those requests, Mr. Chairman, and yield back.
Are you committed to providing all of those documents?
We're committed to providing the committee the information that it needs.
Well, we've determined what we need. So the question is, are you going to provide all the documents?
We certainly all.
Why isn't that a simple yes? You can't say yes to that?
We are committed to getting the committee the information it requested. We certainly are committed to going through all of those documents. There is a process that is longstanding practice between this administration, other administrations, to make sure that the documents are relevant, to make sure that the documents adhere to privacy concerns. All of the information we've given you so far has been complete without redactions. We're committed to continuing this process.
I want to know if you're committed to giving us all the documents, yes or no?
We are committed to getting you the information that you need, and producing documents, and continuing to produce documents, and to working with your staff.
Why can't you just say yes or no? Are you going to give us all the documents we asked for, yes or no?
I mean, part of the problem is I personally don't know what the universe of all the documents is. We are committed to getting you the documents.
When?
We have increased our production response rate. I expect that will continue.
I mean, you had enough information that you actually produced a rule. So why can't you provide those underlying documents to Congress?
As the Congresswoman pointed out, this rule is under litigation. That increases the amount of work that needs to be done in terms of producing documents. We are committed. I expect that we will be able to continue to produce documents, that we will be able to produce documents this month, or next month in short order. And we're committed to work with your staff on that.
When is it reasonable to give us the document? What date? I'm looking for a date.
I can't give you a date certain because the breadth of the subpoena is so broad, but I can commit that within the next month we will produce more documents.
Wow. This is what we're up against. All right, we'll now recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
I'd like to thank the chairman and the ranking member and all of the panelists today. And I believe we can all agree in a bipartisan way that Congress has the right, and it's essential that Congress have access to all of the information that it needs to conduct its business and to provide proper oversight. I think we can all agree to that. But today's hearing seems to be focused on production delays by a few agencies for a handful of documents, although these same agencies have produced large numbers of information to this committee. So I would like to suggest that rather than suggesting that executive agencies generally do not comply with congressional oversight requests, the facts show the exact opposite. And Assistant Secretary Fryfield, in your testimony, you said that in 2015, the State Department provided more than 2,500 briefings and responded to more than 1,700 letters and appeared at 168 hearings. That's a staggering amount of response. It's almost amazing. Are these numbers correct?
Yes, Congresswoman, they are correct.
Okay, and you also said that the State Department is responding to dozens of investigations, again, by a staggering 9 different committees. Now, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then you said that this is twice as many as it was in 2014, and is that correct?
Yes.
So according to our records, our committee held about 90 hearings last year, and of those, witnesses from the executive agencies were testifying and playing a crucial role in 65 of them. So my question to you is, do you have time to do anything else after responding to all of these congressional responses and requests and investigations and hearings and letters? It's a staggering amount of work.
It is, and I thank you for acknowledging that. I mean, we take a lot of pride in what we do, and we feel it's very important. And as Congressman Cummings says, we are in many ways the advocate for you on the Hill. We work with our agencies to make sure that people on the Hill get what they need. Most of us come from a Hill background. We know what you need. We understand the pressures and the demands that are for members of Congress, and our job is to make sure they get what they need. And certainly with the State Department, with the crises around the world, we know that Congress is intimately involved in many, many aspects of those, and our job is to make sure that you have the information you need to make decisions, very important decisions on everything going on.
So in your job, do you do anything else but respond to congressional requests?
That is most of my job.
That is most, you'd say, is it 90% of your job, or 80, or 20, or 30?
It is my job. It's my entire job, pretty much.
It's your entire job. It's 100% of your job is to respond to congressional requests. Okay. All right, and in fact, more than 45 witnesses who testified before the committee last year came from the 5 departments that are represented here today. And Ms. Fairfield, were you aware of that's happening, that you're here all the time? I guess you do. Now, Assistant Attorney General Kazak, this committee received more than 200 letter responses from executive agencies in 2015. For example, in 2015, the committee sent about 16 letters to the Department of Justice and received 28 responses. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes, it does, Congresswoman.
Again, it's a staggering amount of work. And Assistant Secretary Johnson, the Department of Homeland Security and its component agencies provided information on topics ranging from immigration and visas to border and transportation security. And during our investigation of the Secret Service, we received 17 briefings, 8 transcribed interviews, Director Clancy's testimony twice, more than 15,000 pages of documents, and 4 in-camera interviews. Does that sound about right?
Yes, Congressman.
Yeah. And Assistant Director Fusil, my understanding is that the Office of Management and Budget on behalf of OIA has produced more than 9,000 pages of documents in response to the committee, in response to this particular, more than this committee, but in response to committee's requests, and has repeatedly asked this committee for further guidance. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And OMB is continuing to produce responsive documents. Is that correct?
Correct.
So today's hearing also highlights 4 requests the committee has made to the Office of Personnel Management. And Director Levine, OPM has produced responsive documents to each of these requests and is continuing to do that. Is that correct, too?
To the extent there are outstanding requests, yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Well, I want to congratulate you on responding to a staggering amount of requests. And I know it's difficult to get it done as quickly and as responsibly as you have, so I want to thank you for your public service. I yield back.
Thank you. We'll now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on what you had been talking about, and actually Ms. Lummis as well, Ms. Fusil. Your characterization with my good friend, Mr. Conley, troubles me, because you have indicated that because of the wide breadth of the request, that has caused you to not be able to fulfill what initially started out as a very simple request. And so what you're indicating today is that you've gotten no guidance from this committee on any priorities. Is that your testimony?
No, that's not what I stated. I didn't say we didn't have any guidance.
Well, you said it was so wide from 2009
It is a very wide.
All right, so you've gotten guidance. Would you say that you have?
And I would say that in one instance when we got guidance, we were able to respond very successfully. You asked us for some information about the administrator's personal email. We responded with that information. And that kind of give and take is very helpful.
Let me go. I've got 5 minutes, because I wasn't going to bring this up, but this is the entire response that we've gotten from OMB with regards to 2 letters and a subpoena. Now, the problem that I have with it is all of this is either the proposed rule or what could be found online. And in 10 months, this is all that we've gotten from you. And I went through, and most of this is duplicates. Is this the best you can do?
To your question about duplicates, a lot of the communication between senior OIRA officials has to do with comments on iterations of the rule. As such,
but this is
all
an
of those
email
communications,
chain.
we include the iterations of the rule.
No, this is an email chain. I'll let you review it. Let me just tell you, what offends me is that we send you a simple request, and then what you give us is things that we can get our own staff to look up. And so here's my question to you as a follow-up on what the chairman said. What have you, through your process, decided not to give this committee?
We have not decided not to give this committee anything.
So in 10 months, you've decided to give us everything that you've looked at. Is that your testimony?
The documents that we have reviewed, we have turned over. The other ones remain in process. We're continuing. I said earlier that we're going to provide more documents this coming month.
All right. So what reason would there be?
We have not redacted anything.
I'm asking. Wait, that's not true. You've redacted
phone
a lot.
numbers and emails is what has been redacted.
Okay. But
only
I've read all of the emails, and so what I'm suggesting to you at this particular point is, what theory would you invoke to not give this committee the documents that regarded this rulemaking?
We have not said that we're not giving you documents.
So you're going to give us all the documents?
Have we said that? We have given every document.
So you're going to give us all the documents?
We are continuing to move forward on that production, and
it's a simple question.
Have provided
are you
the
going to give us?
We're going to continue to provide.
Are you going to give us all the documents?
And the more direction we have in terms of what is most helpful, the more responsive our response.
Are you going to give us all the documents?
We're going to continue to provide the committee with the information they request.
So the answer is no. There's 2 questions here. Either you're going to give us all the documents, or I ask the other side of that is, what would be the rationale to not give this committee documents? Is it a national security threat on the WOTUS rule? Yes or no?
I don't want to speak to documents I haven't seen that I don't know about.
Let me suggest that there is no reason not to give this committee all the documents. There is no reason. And unless you can testify that...
Because we're under litigation for this rule, there are lots of equities to be concerned about. There's also, we need to make sure that there's nothing that's in documents that doesn't affect other agencies'
Can we count on all responsive documents? Every 3 weeks, can we get responsive documents on a regular basis? You've got 4 custodians, 2 haven't given us anything. And so can we count on that on a 3-week basis? Every 3 weeks getting something from you. Is that reasonable?
I don't feel comfortable saying every 3 weeks.
Well, you don't feel comfortable. Let me just tell you, I'm tenacious. I'm not going to give up on this, and so you just need to tell your staff I'm not going to give up on it. Ms. Johnson, I'm going to finish with you. You said simple requests or things that you can get done very quickly. We talked about visa overstays. There's an internal document that DHS has that has the number of visa overstay potentials. That document could be produced within 24 hours. Are you willing to produce that document to this committee?
Congressman, the Secretary is keenly aware of this committee's and other committees' desire for the visa overstay report, and I know that he has put specific attention to getting a report completed.
I don't want a report. I want those documents. They're just, you know, a few pages. So can you produce those documents, give to this committee in short order within a week, or is there a national security concern that you would have to be concerned about?
Congressman, I honestly don't know what documents they are. I don't think we have
We've
an
had sworn
outstanding
testimony
request for them.
where both people have acknowledged that they're internal documents that has the number of visa overstays on it. It's an internal DHS document that you could produce within a week. Are you willing to produce that?
Congressman, I'm not prepared to say that. If we have a request for that document, what I know is outstanding is the visa overstay report.
Well,
and the visa overstay report is, we admit, is overdue, and the Secretary is committed to getting that out.
All right, with the Chairman's indulgence, I'm going to make that official request that I would like within 7 days, those internal documents, which should be only a few pages, submitted to this committee with the number of overstays, unless, are you saying there's a national security concern?
Congressman, I'm not sure. I've never seen the document, so I don't know what concerns there may be.
Before the gentleman yields back, we're going to, if you'd be okay to yield to Mr. Cummings.
Ms. Fusel, I've been sitting here watching you and try to answer these questions, and you can't. It seems as if there's something blocking you from being able to give a definitive answer. And I'm just trying to figure out, are you the appropriate person that we should be asking? It seems like there's something, I don't know whether you feel like you got to report to a higher authority, whether there's hoops that you got to go through. But in fairness to the committee, and I'm always about effectiveness and efficiency. I mean, is there somebody else we need to be asking those questions to? You follow me?
I understand your question.
Because you've struggled.
My hesitancy is more about making a commitment to something in the abstract while I'm under oath that I just don't know about, and that makes me really nervous. And that's my hesitancy. I'm here today to work with you. We're not trying to withhold anything. We haven't withheld anything. Our production hasn't been fast enough, and it can and it should be better. But I'm not saying we're not going to produce all the documents because I'm purposely trying to hide something. I just don't want to get myself in trouble by promising something about, and then later on there's some issue that I, at this moment, know nothing about, and I just don't want to do that.
You know what? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, because I can tell you that if you make a commitment and then you don't keep the commitment, you will catch out. So, I mean, that makes sense. But I was just wondering.
Before the gentleman yields back, the concern here is that Mr. Meadows first made his request in March of last year. And the reason you're here is we still don't have this information. That's why you have Ms. Lummis, Mr. Meadows, this whole committee frustrated. Do you understand that?
I certainly understand that. I appreciate that. I admit completely that our production has not been fast enough, and we will continue. We will do better.
Just turn on the photocopier.
We can't. It doesn't work that way. The search process doesn't work that way.
You have these materials enough so to make a rule, but you don't have somebody comes to the conclusion they've looked at all the information, now they're going to make a rule. We want to see that information. I got to ask.
And I have committed that we will work to get you that. I am here to help. I want to be helpful.
We're about results. We want to, you're a very nice person. I'm just not, we're not seeing the results of it. Now, I got to ask you one other thing and follow up with Mr. Meadows. You've cited a couple of times that there are different stakeholders, and that's causing some delay. That you mentioned litigation, ongoing litigation. What in the world does that have to do with Congress's right to review documents?
With any document research, different equities are given the opportunity to review to make sure that there isn't sensitive matter that we're not aware of that is sensitive before it's turned over. That's our standard practice.
So what is it that you believe Congress shouldn't look at?
We haven't said that anything shouldn't be turned over.
I can't think of anything that OMB's...
We haven't said no to turning anything over.
Then why not give us everything?
We're working on that. It's an incredibly broad subpoena. 9 years.
And you give us handfuls of documents, and you just
The
photocopy and give
time
it
that
to
we
us.
were most successful in providing documents to you was when we had a conversation with your staff about what you wanted, and you asked for emails from the administrator. We've been asking for meetings with your staff, and until yesterday, they weren't available to meet with us.
That is not true. That is,
It is
absolutely
true.
not
It
true.
is true.
You're infuriating in this. As nice and sweet as you want to portray yourself, this is infuriating. This request came in March, and here we are turning the new year. I'm going to ask you one more time, and then we'll go to Mr. Cartwright. Appreciate the committee's indulgence. Articulate for me what you believe Congress should not see.
We have not said that you can't see anything. There has been no document that we haven't given you that we've looked at.
There's no, well, then why not giving it to us? You haven't given, have you given us all the documents since March?
I have said that the document request is still outstanding. I have said that I will work with you to get you them more and to get faster. I cannot do more than that.
Yeah, you can. You actually can, and you're not. We're now going to recognize Mr. Cartwright from Pennsylvania for a generous 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levine, I have some questions for you. You are the Director of the Office of Congressional, Legislative, and Intergovernmental Affairs of OPM. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Congressman.
Well, thanks for being here today. And for the record, I think you're nice and sweet, too.
I appreciate that. So does my family.
I'm particularly interested in OPM because we had this data breach, and we had a couple of significant breaches that impacted really millions and millions of current and former federal employees. This committee has been investigating the cause of those breaches on a bipartisan basis with the goal of ensuring really that OPM has the necessary tools to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. As part of the investigation, this committee sent 4 requests for documents and information. Now, as of today, I understand that OPM has produced documents responsive to each of the committee's 4 letter requests. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your job, is that what you spend a majority of your time doing as well?
Yes, I would say the overwhelming majority of the time that I spent at OPM has been in the area of responding to the cyber incidents, both with respect to the congressional requests that you're referring to from this committee and others, as well as providing information to members, particularly on the caseworkers in the constituent offices, in the district offices, to have information about the services that we've provided to respond to the breaches. So
all right. So one of the things that we did was, in addition to asking OPM directly for documents, we've also asked contractors of OPM, including Keypoint, for documents. You're aware of that, are you?
Yes.
Well, we had a Keypoint, we had the Keypoint CEO in here for a hearing not too long ago, a gentleman who pretty much admitted that Keypoint was responsible, Keypoint employee was responsible for one of the data breaches. And we were questioning him about why it was taking them 5 months to respond to our document request. Just to make it clear, is that part of your document request response to produce Keypoint documents, or is that theirs separately?
I don't believe it is, but to the extent it is, I'll circle back, but I don't believe it is.
Okay.
I don't think so.
No, I didn't think so either. So I guess that begs the question then, are you aware of why either the CEO of Keypoint or anybody from Keypoint has not been called to testify before this committee today, having taken in excess of 5 months to respond to the ranking member's letter asking for documents? You aware why we didn't get a request from this committee to the Keypoint management to explain themselves?
I am not aware of why that has not happened.
I'm not either, and I'm concerned about that. we haul before this committee the people who have responded to the document requests, and my understanding that Keypoint has still not responded 100% to all the document requests. Are you aware of any reason why Keypoint should not have responded 100% to our document requests?
I am not aware of any reason.
All right. Well, what about OPM? For its part, how many documents has OPM produced to this committee?
To this committee, I want to say in the thousands, probably in the probably over 5,000. I think what we've tried to do to the Chairman's earlier request is focus on the ones that were the most that were responsive as to provide that information as opposed to just documents.
Well, Director Levine, has OPM ever taken the position at any point that it will no longer respond to this committee's requests?
Absolutely not.
And throughout the course of identifying, gathering, and producing documents, can you tell us what challenges OPM has faced that would account for any delays in producing documents to the committee?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's fair to say OPM is a small agency that in the past had not been challenged with this level of a document production and simply did not have the infrastructure in place, whether it be on a staffing level, on an expertise level, on a technical document management level, to quickly, efficiently, accurately produce documents in this way. And in addition, the overriding priority of the agency since the breaches, particularly Acting Director Colbert and my office, has been on being responsive to Congress, again, both with respect to the document requests as well as information about the other services. So, I mean, I think it's been a combination, the delays, and there have been delays, and we would like to get things out as quickly as we can, and we're working to do that, and I think we've been moderately successful. But the delays, I think, go to just the breadth, or the volume, and the lack of preparedness for that volume once it hit.
Well, I thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for your efforts in complying with these requests, and thank you for working with us to make sure these kinds of data breaches don't happen again. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kadzik, on December 21st, the Department of Justice sent a letter to state, local law enforcement with absolutely no warning and deferring the payment sharing of the asset forfeiture program. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this letter into record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This program may need reform, yet our local county sheriffs and other law enforcement depend on these seized funds. To pull the rug out from under these local law enforcements with absolutely no warning or no consideration, I believe, is preposterous. In fact, let me read from the letter. It says, effective immediately, the Department will defer all equitable sharing payments to our state, local, and tribal partners and transfer any items for official use. Why would the Department of Justice, with no warning, on December 21st, said this program is either stalled, concluded? In fact, it doesn't really say to what degree. Can you explain this?
I'm not intimately familiar with that program, Congressman, but my understanding is that the funds that were part of that program were reallocated by Congress in the budget, so there was no money there to distribute.
According to this says this is a decision by the Department of Justice. I want to come back to that, but I want to also, speaking of sheriffs, talk about what happened on November 17, 2015. Following Attorney General Loretta Lynch's appearance in the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Chaffetz submitted a number of questions for the record to the Department. These questions concern reports from multiple sheriffs in North Carolina, predominantly a sheriff in our district from Alamance County, concerning how the Department of Justice has terminated or refused to renew grants to local police departments based on allegations of racial discrimination. These questions seek to learn how often and under what circumstances these grants denials have been made. Did you receive these questions for the record?
I believe we did.
And what has been the submitted response?
My understanding is that those responses are being prepared now and will be submitted promptly.
And when you say submitted promptly, what is the time frame that you believe that would conclude?
I can't give you a specific time frame, but I'd be happy to go back and check on the status and respond to you.
Who receives these responses? Who vets them?
Who vets them? The various components within the department that have responsibility for the areas that are the subject of the questions.
Okay, I want to sort of cut through the vagueness there, or the ambiguity, and ask this. Assuming we would like to follow up on the answers that you are saying promptly that you'll provide for us, is there a mechanism in place for us to submit such follow-up questions? And can you share with me how that works?
You can send correspondence to the Attorney General or to me.
Okay, do you think Congress should submit more QFRs? Would that provide a helpful mechanism for the Department to answer our questions?
No, if we have outstanding QFRs, we'll respond to the ones that are there.
Let me ask.
Asking the same question again doesn't make it any easier to.
Well, then let me ask a general question. Then, in your opinion, do you consider it part of your mission to be helpful to members of Congress in providing these responses?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I want to conclude with this question. When you say prompt, can you give me a timeline? Is there a time frame? 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months? I'd like to know. Listen, this sheriff, this has been ongoing for 7 years, and even recently, okay, the Department of Justice. The court came together, they made a decision, no wrongdoing here. He thought he was getting his grants. The Friday before that he was supposed to get the grants, the Department of Justice appealed this decision. So please tell me, when you say promptly, what does that look like for us?
Well, I don't recall the volume of QFRs that we received. I'll go back and look at those, and I'll try and provide you with a timeline as to when we can respond.
You would try to provide me with a timeline on when you could respond. Just that's what frustrates us. The ambiguity, maybe here, possibility. I would like, can we set maybe end of January, 1st of February? Is there a specific timeline that to me, that's prompt. You said the word prompt. What is a prompt response that I can let this sheriff, who has gone through 7 years of hell trying to get past this and get his grants where he can make not offensive weapons, but defensive weapons for his deputies, for his officers, that he can protect the community of Alamance County? What is a prompt response for that?
Well, not being familiar with the particular question that was asked or the circumstances of why the grant was denied or terminated, I can't tell you precisely what prompt would be. As I said, I'll be happy to go back to inquire as to the status of it and then give you a timeline.
So maybe it was best not to use the word prompt. Just maybe we'll get an answer back to you at some point.
Well,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Now I recognize the Ranking Member, Mr. Cummings, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Kazik, I would hope that you would make it a priority with regard to Mr. Walker's request. You know, one of the things that happens in Congress, sadly, is that in order for us to get answers, we have to wait till people like you all get before us. And it shouldn't be that way. We should be able to get the answers. And all we're trying to do is represent our constituents. And all of us have been in the position of Mr. Walker, and it is very frustrating. When he goes back to his district, he's got people that say, well, you know, I just saw you on C-SPAN, and you had the folk before you. Well, what did they tell you? And did they tell you, saying, when are we going to get an answer? I guarantee you, by the time he gets back to his office, he's going to have somebody calling. That sheriff's going to call, and somebody is going to say, thank you. First thing they're going to say, thank you for raising it. But then they're going to say, well, did you have a conversation afterwards? And when is he going to get us the answer? So I would ask you to make that a priority, okay, to look into that. Thank you. Assistant Secretary Freifeld, the State Department faces huge challenges with its document management systems, and you've heard my complaints. And that's been decades old and affected previous administrations. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And we appreciate very much the State Department has produced more than 160,000 pages of documents to this committee last year. However, there is no denying that some responses have taken longer than we or you would like. You have your own significant professional experience on Capitol Hill. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the information demands that the Congress has. Is that right?
Yes.
I think you worked with Senator Mikulski?
Yes.
You can get no better boss, that's for sure. And her standards are extremely high. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Do you agree that the State Department's internal document management systems are not ideal?
Yes, we do.
And in your position as the head of the legislative affairs at the State Department, do you have the ability to talk to Secretary Kerry about the challenges that you face?
Yes.
And have you ever done that?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever proposed changes to the current systems, and if so, what was that response?
Yes, we've created a whole new system for responding to congressional requests that is separate from the FOIA system. We've gotten full support from the State Department, from the Secretary to do that. It's only recently up and running, so we are still working out some of the kinks, but I'm hoping that this will transform the way we are able to respond to Congress and enable us to do it in a quicker way and also in a more convenient way, so it's computerized and easily searchable, and just so more of this century than the way we used to do it.
Now, did you propose creating a congressional document production branch?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us more about why you wanted this new unit and what your vision is?
It enables us to computerize and make it more technologically savvy system of collecting documents. We used to have to compete for resources with the FOIA producers. We had the same office, the same people doing it. Now we have a separate entity which is able to help us process just documents for Congress.
And so how does that help you produce documents?
It helps us because it's the sort of first major step in the process of collecting documents is to actually physically collect them, collate them, number them, and get them ready for review. So that makes the whole early part of the process much easier. It's not the entire process. But if I could also say, sir, that the Secretary, recognizing larger issues we have with some of our information management, he asked the OIG to do reports on how we actually do our FOIA system, our records management, and other things of that nature. He also appointed a transparency coordinator, a former ambassador, who's actually helping us implement the changes across the board. So we're hoping that, that we're able to implement changes that make it better in our FOIA system, better in our congressional production system.
Now, you stated in your testimony that you have made document productions to this committee and others more accessible and user-friendly. Can you briefly explain the technology and the process changes you made?
Yes, sir. For many years, we would provide them on paper in boxes that were unnumbered. So staff and members had to dig through to find what they're looking for. Now they're on disk. They have Bates stamps. It's a much more professional way of providing documents.
Would you agree there's still a lot more work to be done?
Absolutely.
You know, I just think that if you know, I just want to be effective and efficient. You know, I tell my staff the two words that control everything we do: effective and efficient. We have a limited amount of time to do the jobs that we have to do. Just want to get them done. And I would say that to all of you all. I mean, if there are deficiencies in your operation, please try to address them. And if there are things that we can do, by the way, are there things that we can do? And this is my last question, Mr. Chairman. Are there things that you would like to see us do, other than the things I've already talked about, being kind of, and you talked about, Ms. Raphael, about limiting scope? Is there things that we can do to help you do your job so that we can do our job? Anybody? Speak now or forever hold your peace, Mr. Levine.
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Cummings. I think as you specifically noted, the ability to work with your staff and the chairman's staff and the committee staff on prioritizing the information that can be most helpful for you and them, and is the most helpful step that you can provide us as we work through the requests. And we appreciate when they have done that, and I hope we continue that dialogue.
Anybody else? Ms. Johnson?
Yes, Congressman Cummings, it's the exact same thing. The most successful thing we did with the Secret Service request was coming back to the committee, asking you to prioritize the 18 categories. You identified 4. We immediately started to search and to produce on those 4. And so, yes, the constant dialogue between our offices and your staffs is extremely important. A collaborative spirit is important, and whatever we can do to try to narrow and focus the request allows us to do the searches, to do the reviews, and to produce documents much faster.
I would echo the comments of my my colleagues that the narrowing and the limiting and the prioritizing really do help us in our productions.
As I said in my opening statement, Mr. Cummings, and in response to your previous question, I believe that we've had a cooperative and not an adversarial relationship with the committee. We look forward to continuing that dialogue with both you and the chairman and staff, and that will make us more effective and more efficient.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levin, on June 19th of last year, Senator Mark Warner's office, it may have been 2013, I think it was 2013, or no, 2014. His office sent a letter to OPM questioning the nature of the agency's credit monitoring contract with Winville CSID. It appears from my records that his office received a reply 4 days later on June 23rd. However, when this committee sent a letter requesting information on the contract, the committee didn't receive a response until a month later, which incidentally was 17 days overdue. Now, what I want to know is what accounted for the extended time it took to respond to this committee versus the quick turnaround for Senator Warner's office? I mean, do we need to ask a senator to send a request for documents so that we can get a timely response for documents?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would note that was prior to my arrival at OPM, but I'm aware of what you're inquiring about. So with respect to Senator Warner's letter, if I'm understanding correctly, two major differences. One, it was not a request for documents. I think it was a request for information, and we went and did brief out. We provided a
parsing
briefing.
Words?
No, absolutely not. The large distinction being Senator Warner asked for some information. We provided information to his staff in an oral fashion, similar to as we've done with committee staff here.
Let me ask you this. Do you prioritize certain requests? Do you give more, a higher priority to requests from certain individuals, elected officials, or agencies than you do others? And let me just tell you, I've sat here now for an hour and a half, 2 hours, listening to this. Mr. Meadows from North Carolina and his discussion about the lack of response from the Office of Management and Budget. And, you know, I have to question whether or not you guys respect the constitutional authority that's invested in this committee. I mean, our responsibility is oversight. We owe that to the American people. And I've heard example after example today of how your agencies continue to impede this committee's ability to carry out our oversight responsibilities. It's, you know, there's a pattern here, Mr. Chairman. Before I was a member of Congress, before I was in this committee, there was a letter signed by 47 Inspector Generals. I believe it's 47 out of 72. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? And their letter, and I believe this is unprecedented, that the OIG's office felt like they had to send a letter to this committee because federal agencies were impeding investigations by withholding documents. It seems to me that that's what's continuing to happen right now. You know, if this were a Department of Justice, Mr. Kadzik, if the Department of Justice sent out a request for documents in an effort to do due diligence in investigating any issue, I doubt seriously that the Department of Justice would look very kindly upon the kind of delays that this committee has experienced. I dare say they might even issue a warrant. It would probably rise to the level of obstruction of justice. But what we've had to deal with here is delay after delay, and to delay is to obstruct, in my opinion. It seems to me that you're running out the clock. There have been numerous requests. Mr. Chairman, our chairman has requested time and time again for dates certain for the production of documents. But it seems to me that you think, and it appears to me you've been very well coached in how to respond to these requests. It just appears to me, Mr. Chairman, that they have no intention of producing the documents. That is frustrating, and it's a violation of the public trust. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. DeSantis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kadzik, the chairman, and myself sent a letter to the Justice Department in December requesting the case file for the prosecution of Dinesh D'Souza. We asked for it by the end of the month. We have not received it, which is obviously not a surprise given what people have said during this hearing. But I just wanted to ask you, will the department produce the case file?
We're willing to come and brief on the issue. Presenting prosecution files presents particular law enforcement sensitivities. I know that the issue that you and the chairman are interested in is whether or not there was selective prosecution.
Among others. I mean, there are a number of issues that we would like to review and conduct oversight about how the case was handled. And you know, we want to get prompt responses. We don't want this to turn into the IRS or some of the other investigations that have just been stonewalled to death. So the case is over. There's no ongoing investigation. The sentence, I think, has even been served. And so clearly we have a public interest in conducting oversight over how the department's doing its job. I mean, we fund your agency, and I think that we're entitled to the file. So, so we don't want a briefing, we want the file. So are you going to produce the file?
I'll be happy to take that back, and again, we'd be happy to brief. But as I indicated, there are particular law enforcement and prosecutorial sensitivities to providing a case file. Well, there's the names of witnesses. There's individuals who cooperated with the investigation, might not be publicly disclosed. There's the internal deliberations of the prosecutors that are deliberative and subject to the
So basically, if a prosecutor did have illicit motivation and fight, we're not entitled to that. So the public's never going to be able to know whether someone had ill intent when they were providing a case. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And in fact, that issue
Then how would we discover the truth?
If I could finish, as that issue was raised before the court, and the court said that the defense did not provide any evidence of selective prosecution.
Because the defense also did not have access to what we're trying to seek access to. I mean, you know, it was, I understand in the middle of a case how you would say that there's attorney work product because there's an adversarial, we have an adversarial system, you start getting into strategy, and then that's just not the way our system functions. But that ship sailed. I mean, the case is over, in the books, prosecute, felony, serve the sentence. So that whole argument really is gone at this point. The interest is done. Is it your view that you talk about law enforcement sensitivities, does that trump a subpoena from the Congress? Because if we don't get the case file, obviously, through the request, then we may issue a subpoena from the committee.
As I said, we would like to find a way to accommodate the committee and provide it with the information that it needs. I think the first step in that process would be a briefing so that you can ask questions and receive information, and then we can see what other further accommodations may be necessary.
When can you let us know what the department's position on the file is? I'm not even asking when you can produce it, although I assume the Department of Justice still employs interns who could easily make the copies. When are you going to let us know? You said you're going to take it back and talk to people. So when are you going to be able to respond to the committee one way or another?
I think we can respond to that within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think it should take 3 weeks. I mean, I think that we would like to have an answer, you know, towards the third week of this month. And if we don't get that, then we're going to continue to press the issue, because I look around, I hear the stories, and you know, at the end of the day, it's not members of Congress who are ultimately being stonewalled on a lot of this stuff. It's the American people, because our constituents ask us about things. We have constituents who were targeted by the IRS. Some of us have constituents who are in other situations, and they come and they see a government that's just totally unresponsive, and a government that's very difficult to get answers from. And I don't think that's really the way the system was designed. So we will await that response, and obviously we will be in contact one way or another after that. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Following up on that, Mr. Kadzik, I do appreciate your personal responsiveness and would expect the highest standard of responsiveness given your expertise and your approach to this. My question is, in follow-up to Mr. DeSantis, If the Inspector General was to come in and look at that case file, what would they not be entitled to look at, in your opinion?
I'm no expert on the Inspector General Act, but my understanding is that in the present state of the law, the only possible information that would potentially be excluded would be grand jury information protected by Rule 6E, Title III wiretap information, and there's a FCRA, which I believe is the Fair Credit Reporting Act protection that protects certain information.
And for members of this committee, I think that's something we need to look at more broadly, where the Inspector General is allowed access, but we're the Oversight Committee. We're charged by the Constitution to provide that oversight, and we should be able to have access to at least the same amount of information. So I have a series of specific things I need to go through, and then we will work to wrap this up. Ms. Fusil, we had put in a request in October for transcribed interviews. You've still not responded to that. Why? I mean, we're in January. Tell me why I shouldn't issue a subpoena.
The request for transcribed interviews has been taken back. My understanding is that not all of those folks still work at OIRA.
But we put in a request, we want a response. If your response is, well, they don't work here, go find them somewhere else, I can go find them somewhere else. But I think it's more complicated, and there are people that work there that we do want to have transcribed interviews. We're trying to avoid doing subpoenas. I've done about a dozen or so, but you leave us with no choice. And I hope you understand that. I hope you take that back.
I'll take that back.
I'm going to try to get this one more time. Within a week from now, can you respond to us on that?
We'll follow up with your staff within the week.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, let me ask you about this, and let me give a little background in prelude to my question. There were a series of problems and challenges at the Secret Service, enough so that Secretary Johnson put together a protective mission panel. 4 people from the outside came in and looked, and Secret Service and Homeland Security gave them the information, and they produced a very important and significant document. I was very impressed with their conclusions and the depth of their work in such a short amount of time. In fact, to me, I thought, well, that's what we aspire to do. Now, my understanding is you provided them, Homeland Security, you being Homeland Security, provided that panel pretty much anything and everything that they wanted in order to get the information for the Secretary. So here we are in Congress trying to have the same type of responsiveness, and one of the things that we asked for in February of 2015 was, and this is, I thought this was the easiest of all the requests. It said, all documents and communications that were produced to the recent Protective Mission Panel, which operated from October 22, 2014 to December 15, 2014. I mean, that is photocopying. That is, there was a set of materials that was put together. It was given to the Protective Mission Panel. We wanted to see that same thing. And yet, we didn't get anything, nothing. You gave us nothing until we got to, I think it was June, when I had to issue a subpoena. Now, why is that? Why wouldn't you provide those to Congress? Why did I have to issue a subpoena? Microphone, please.
Chairman, that predates me coming in as Assistant Secretary. I am not sure what was the result of why there was a delay. I know that, I'm looking at my chart, I know that the majority of documents have been produced or been made available in camera. I'm not sure about the timeline.
Why not produce all of them? You produced all of them to the panel. They're not members of Congress. Why are you holding stuff back from us?
Chairman, I really can't answer that question because I don't know what's been produced to the panel. All of that occurred before I became the Assistant Secretary. I do know—
Will you get that answer for me? I think it's a reasonable request. You want the panel to come up with the most comprehensive, the best possible recommendation for the President of the United States, the best possible recommendation for the Secretary of Homeland Security, so you give them a set of documents. You give them the documents that they ask. we want to see those same documents because I want to make sure that we're performing at that same level, that we're provided that type of information. You want funding from the American people. There's possible legislation. There's all sorts of things. And so you only give us a percentage of it, and there's such, it's just, you're hiding stuff. You're holding back from us, and it is not reasonable.
Chairman, I will take that back because, as I said, it's my understanding that the majority of documents have been produced, and we are currently still producing them. So, but I will take that back.
And I think you're absolutely accurate on that, and I appreciate that, and I take you at your word and look forward to seeing it. But the frustration is, this has been going on since February of last year. We're talking a year, and we still don't have them. It's been a year. And we issued a subpoena. It's not like we're not serious about that. And I did this jointly with the Democrats. This is a bipartisan request, and you still haven't fulfilled it. I've made my point. Let me move on. November 23rd, to Secretary Johnson. John Mica and I, he's the chairman of the subcommittee on transportation, sent you a request on airport identification. There are 5 requests. I haven't gotten a single document from you on this. Why not?
Chairman, that's the one that I mentioned earlier, that production is likely on that. TSA will be producing those documents fairly shortly.
Okay. Let's go to the State Department, if I could, please. We're trying to wrap this up. We had 4 members of Congress, myself, Elijah Cummings, Steve Lynch, Ron DeSantis, bipartisan, request on October 16th for a bipartisan danger pay. It was not a long request, barely a page and a half, 2 requests. I don't have a single document from you.
Sorry, we've provided a briefing, and we are preparing the documents and hope to have some delivered to you in the very near future.
I have a series of other things, but my last bit of frustration with State Department. We noticed this hearing, and then suddenly the whole dam sort of breaks open. It hasn't fully gotten there yet, but we got 1,700 pages on our Jakarta request. We got 2,300 pages on congressional cost certifications. We've got, said you closed out a letter that was nearly 2 months old. Last night, after hours, you gave us 3,958 documents related to Maputo, Harare, and Saudi facilities. Some of these requests are old. I mean, they're really old. And mysteriously, we get them the night before this hearing, which leads me to believe, I guess we got to do this on a weekly or bi-monthly basis, because it's really hard for us to understand. And I'd rather not even hold this hearing. I don't want to have to hold it again. But can you understand that just from a human standpoint?
I absolutely do, and we noted it ourselves when we were discussing it. But in your letter, you very clearly articulated what were your priorities, and we had been focusing on Jakarta, thinking, get Jakarta, as much done with Jakarta first and then turn to the others. But when we see that you have 5 that you want us to do at the same time, we immediately started working on all of those.
But it was August. The Maputo and Harare discussion was in August. And then we get it the night before the hearing. And the art and embassies, October 7th, we didn't get any documents. When will you get those?
Art and embassies, we've given you a few documents, but and a briefing, but we're continuing to gather and produce those.
I guess we got some last night. I haven't had a chance to look and review those. But listen, I need to get to the floor. We have some things happening there. I appreciate the member participation. Please know there are a lot of good people that are working within your organizations. We appreciate the good work that they do. So much happens the right way, but it's these headaches that we have got to figure out. And so we appreciate your participation today. This committee stands adjourned.